We're live.
Hey.
So this intent thing, when it's your turn in an RPG. Hello, by the way, Nicholas.
Hello.
How many times have you seen players on YouTube say on their turn what they want to do with their character, and they state reasons why they want to do the thing? Their
It's
hopes
very
and
common.
dreams.
Yeah, their aspirations in life.
Instead of just acting on those things, they want to tell it. For me, I'll say what my character's doing at the moment, but I'm not saying why. I'm just saying what my character's doing. Later on, you might find out why I'm doing something.
Yeah, but like if you want to really preemptive, give a reason. Like, I opened the door because I really want to get to work on. I start defrosing the chicken, unfreezing the chicken because I've been wanting to eat chicken for 3 weeks now.
Well, like the player, some player will say, I use my strength to try to bash the door into pieces, the wooden door, or I try to rip the door off its frame, off the hinges, because I want to use it as a shield, or I want to splinter the wood because I need a toothpick right about now, or they always have to say why they're doing something, because the GM has their little thing where they say, "What do you do?" And then there's the unhidden, there's the hidden thing they don't say, which is, why are you doing it? The GM never asks why.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's like in a real conversation. If I ask you a question, there is a certain threshold of information that you don't need to go beyond that. If I ask how was your day, Shona, you don't need like if you had like a really bad diarrhea.
I know people like that.
You don't need like to go in. Yeah, that was good.
Those are the vampires that suck the life out of you. I'm glad you asked about my day at work. Let me tell you about it.
Yeah, man, that's
you're
exactly.
trapped while I tell you about my day at work.
You can tell like one thing, like, oh yeah, I mean, work was kind of dull, but that's usual, and move on with the conversation. And I think it's the same thing with your turn. Like, you use the door. I want to bash the door into pieces. I think the into pieces is already extra info just to make it clear, like, how you're trying to bash the door. Like, because if I try to bash the door just to make a hole with my fist go through, it's very different than I try to bash it so it really rips it all apart. I think you should be wary of that. I want to use the toothpicks. Yeah, that's the extra info you don't need to know.
Or like in a zombie apocalypse game, the player will say something like, "Oh, he'll say, "Is there like they're in an office, a cubicle office kind of a setup. Zombies are coming up the elevator. They're going to be on the floor soon." And one player says, I'm looking for a stapler. I need a stapler. Because I have this idea. I can use it to shoot staples at the zombies as they come down the hall.
Yeah, that's totally unnecessary.
Now the GM has to deal with this nonsense,
You know what I think? There might be a vestigial trauma from playing like D&D, because you have some players that are they either antagonize, or some GMs that have this nanny mentality where because he wants to do that, I'm gonna like go easy, I'm gonna help him. I think he's trying to coax, is it what you call when you try to coerce someone into I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to coerce the GM into their logic, so the GM will be like, yeah, actually you find a stapler with,
like the guy who in the tavern, he's been quiet the whole time, and when it's his turn, he wants to all of a sudden get up out of his chair and swing on the chandelier across to the other side of the room behind the bartender. to maybe steal money from her coin purse without her looking. But she can obviously see the guy swing across with the shit.
Yeah.
And
The
he's
noise,
coming
yeah.
up with a step-by-step procedure of what he'll do, you know, like first I'll climb up on the windowsill and reach and then use a rope or something and grab onto the thing and swing, and I have a hook, a bat utility thing the throw, and then I'm going to land perfectly behind the bar counter where the register is. I don't know. Without anyone seeing me. I was like, why is this person in the game? They've been quiet for 20 minutes, and this is what they've been planning to do the whole time everyone else has been chit-chatting in a bar scene.
You know, people who are not antisocial, people who are... What's the thing when you... Introvert, people who are introvert, like they rehearse before they go and buy like bread, they rehearse how they're gonna do it in their mind.
Oh yeah,
Like, you'll
see them even talk to themselves sometime in the parking lot when they walk off the bus and they walk through the parking lot to the store. They'll be mumbling to themselves what they're gonna say.
They rehearse how they're gonna ask the GM to allow them to attempt something.
What kind of phraseology should I use for my turn? I have to convince the GM that what I'm trying to do is perfect. It's fail-proof.
Okay, I'll shift the topic a little bit then, because I think there are some situations where describing the intent can help. You know, and I'll say why.
Do you have to describe it, or can you just slow burn the idea you have as each time it's your turn you do a little bit more of something without the reveal of why?
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally down for that as my players, like, because like they are always going to do something that I don't know or don't expect. So it's a big unknown field for everyone. So it's fine if like they have this big game they're planning without me knowing. Like that's 100% fine. What I mean is, in our latest game, the Primal game, there were some moments where the players were interacting with each other, and I zone off for half a second because I was, this could happen. So when I return, I'm like, I missed something that they were saying. And when they attempted to do something, and they gave a little bit of intent, it was like, okay, yeah, that's why they wanted to do it. So that's why I think it's a crutch. Describing your intent is a crutch, but there may be some little situations where they're good, but most of the time you can really ignore them.
How is it a crutch? A crutch.
It's a crutch because it's easier to explain what your character is doing and describe the intent than role playing subtly how they do it. Let's say my goal is I want to hide this knife while I walk through the hallway with some people in. The easy way is I walk and I try to hide in such a way that people don't see the knife. That's a crutch. Instead of saying I walk and I stick the knife like under my my belt, so it goes under the pants. You can go more into detail if you role play, but it's much easier to just say your intent. That's why I say it's a crutch.
Oh, okay. Almost like a shortcut.
Yeah, it's a shortcut. I mean, they generally understand. Okay, so he's trying to do that, So
or the player wants
to shortcut.
Have like a foreshadow of something to happen, or an omen of something to happen, or they're telegraphing what their plan of action is ahead of time. Something like that.
What do you mean
to the GM?
Like telegraphing, like
well, like isn't that what that means? Where
you show what's going to happen, or you give some evidence of what's going to happen, right?
Your actions are letting other players know what you might be up to later on.
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
But then you're overdoing it when you say, I find a secret place on my cosplay outfit somewhere to hide the knife, so no one sees that I have a knife when I come into the ballroom.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's too much. I think it's much more interesting.
Just say you put your knife away in a pocket, in a side pocket.
Yeah, exactly.
In your breast pocket or whatever. You hold you fold the thing up so it's just a little cigarette lighter, and you light a cigarette as you walk into the bar mitzvah or something. The cigarette then unfolds, or the Zippo lighter turns back into a switchblade, full on, two-ended lightsaber thing that you then twirl around. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Because you have magic. It's a high-tech item. Because
I agree with you.
If the GM asks, okay, so what do you want to do this for, or what are you doing? Well, I'm hiding my weapon because I want to bring it out later during the wedding scene. I want to try to stab the groom in the back of the neck. Oh, and also I want to sit in the front row too, if possible. So I'm looking to see if there's any. I'm going to sit between the maid of honor and the
if it's not asking too much, I'd like to. I would like to sit at the front row.
Or the chandelier. I'll just swing all the way across the church into the front, up on the balcony where the choir is, and just hide there.
Yeah, but in that scenario, first thing the GM should not say, well, why do you want to do that? That's not the GM's concern.
Yeah, because when the GM says, what do you want to do that for? Then the player is like, oh, cool. I have a chance at this. And then they have to elaborate more on their sinister plan that involves none of the other characters.
I think what happens is like, oh, if I give a good explanation in such a way that makes some logic, the GM will be more likely to give me advantage. Or
yeah,
but the way I like to do it, you do that through roleplay itself, like you're in character. Makes much more sense. Say you have I think it's what's the name? It's a Morning Star, the one where you have the chain and the ball at the end, and it flings around like a flail thing.
I just call it a ball and chain thing.
Ball and chain, yeah. Like say, okay, instead of saying, "Oh man, I want to hit it," I want to hit like in a way that goes over his shield. Can I do that? It's much better to say, I attack on a down arc, so it goes over the guy's shield.
Yeah.
So that's explaining the intent in a way that I can understand exactly how he's doing it.
Yeah.
Like I think that is a moment where it's okay, because I don't know if you could describe it in another way. Like I attack in an like a down arc.
Just kind of
I don't know if
like just down arc.
Because even if there is the shield, is
overhand,
flip around. Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, like going, I want to hide it because this and that and that. Like, no, you don't really need to justify. In a perfect world, you don't need to justify to the GM why you're doing things.
Also, maybe the players are giving out all this information because they're afraid the GM's going to take over what their character actually does and describe what their character does totally differently. So you do this backflip and you succeed at decapitating the princess, yada, yada, yada. And you race for the exit before the guards can catch you. And you get away with whatever it is you did. And the player's like, that's not what I even wanted to do. That's not even my intent. That was not my intention.
That's a good
I didn't say I was going to, do any of that.
That's a great point.
Because you got if the player front loads all of his intentions, then the GM's, all he can say is, well, let's just, I guess, roll with disadvantage. See what happens. Yeah. And you're playing Mousetrap, right? The Mousetrap game where the ball does the thing and the boot kicks the thing and the guy jumps into the bathtub and you hope it all works to catch the mouse at the bottom. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Your Rube Goldberg contraption.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking about. The Rube Goldberg machine.
you make it so complicated that it might actually work.
Yeah, but those are all like vestigial problems with the 2D non-role play game. It gives you those habits. I really need to convince the GM to allow me to do this. Yeah.
I mean, when I was a kid, I would mention all the things that would get me a dice modifier. Like, oh, I have a scope on my rifle. It can shoot this far. I got these kinds of bullets. I'm crouched on the beach sand. I'm at sea level. 1 atmosphere, 1 gravity. Shooting at something. I'm 1,000 meters away. I'm making a shot. So I'm telling the GM what all the modifiers would be to the die roll. Because back then the GM did all the math, not the player.
That's not the world I want to live in.
And then you'd roll, and then he'd do all the math and say, it's a hit, or it's a miss. What do you want to do now? I'm going to shoot again. I'm going to keep shooting.
My character will keep shooting from now until it hits the target.
I'll just keep rolling until I succeed. Not paying attention to how much time I'm wasting. And the other players are just sitting there going, okay, he had his turn. Now it's our turn.
Besides, that's even like after the first shot, like the whole enemy camp, like they're aware you're there. They're not gonna be like skying. Oh, must have been the wind, and resume to their path.
If it's a 50 caliber that you're shooting at a group of people, they disperse quickly.
Yeah,
they don't even know what it was. If they were standing, they're all on the ground. If they were on the ground, they're all crawling away. Yeah, exactly. You've probably seen thousands of games where people say what they're going to do for the next 5 or 6 turns in their game, and they just go.
There's some games that have that as a mechanic. You can, I think it's hold action or something like that. I think D&D has that 5th edition where you can say, you basically like lock in a future action. When the door opens, my character chugs in the alchemist fire. Oh, when he chugs in the alchemist fire, my character will use freeze spell, and you can have this. Yeah. It's literally like the Goldberg machine. You can do that. Yeah. You can. There's literally a mechanic, but I don't like it, to be honest.
That's annoying.
Yeah, because if you can keep doing that, it's like I joked with you before. You can just say, from now on, my character will act accordingly, and just leave the game. You just pre-program your character for the whole session and like go do groceries or something.
Yeah, check back on your phone, texting. How well did I do during the game?
Yeah. Why do you do this?
Or they have you do the recap the next day, and you just make up what your character did.
Exactly.
Because you weren't even there.
Yeah, I like what Zonar said here. Why do you want to do this? Like, why does it matter? The moment the GM invited me to the table, you agreed to trust each other, extend that trust, and see where the player takes it. Exactly. You don't need, I think worse than asking what do you do is, why do you want to do this? That's an even greater aggression. How do you feel?
And should intention be included, or no intention be included in the social contract? Does it need to be brought up? Because you're just saying what your character's doing at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a point to be brought up. So far, I have not seen in any of the games that the guys play. I have not seen like that egregious example that you gave. I bust the door so I can get some toothpicks because I need to, fix my Figma jig. That's too much. using it as a crutch for description, I'm kind of on the feeling lenient to saying if you really cannot express it any other way, you may include a little bit of intention just to make clear what you're doing. But that's something you want to strive to get better to the point where you don't need to say why you hide the knife. Just describe how you do it, and let the atmosphere, build up tension in the situation of the scene. In the scene, rather say.
Yeah, one game I was in with Rick, I don't think I was doing any kind of intentions. I was just saying where I was at and what I was doing. And each time it was my turn, it was like a slow reveal of what my character was doing.
That's cool, but that's because that's the thing. Because you are skilled. But yeah,
I had practice.
Like I said, it's a crutch. Yeah, it's a crutch. Saying your intention is a crutch, and so for now, I will stand on this hill of I can be lenient if you really feel like you can't do it otherwise, but try to not to, because it's much more interesting for everyone. What is he doing? I think, for example, in my Barotrauma game with Zonalar, my character was trying to incriminate the other character in a submarine with some drugs. He was gonna hide some drugs in the guy's mattress, and so in the future he could bring it up as the guy's an addict, we cannot trust him. But I did not say why. He was just doing it.
Yeah.
He was just opening the mattress, he found a cut, or I think he made a cut and stuck the drug down inside the mattress, made everything look clean and tight again and nice again, and just left. Because the GM doesn't need to know why I'm doing that. He just needs to know how I do that, how I put the drug inside the mattress. That's the important part.
Yeah, like a crime movie or a police movie, detective movie where the cops are on the take and they're trying to frame somebody. Like they break into someone's house and they put drugs in his refrigerator and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And then another bunch of cops come in and they raid the house and they find this stuff. Now, I don't want the player saying, oh, we want to break into his house and put drugs in his refrigerator to frame him. Just say what you're doing. So the players say, they're in the car and they're driving somewhere. They don't even say where they're driving. And then one of the players says, okay, this is it. We're here. This is the house. So, oh, they're going to a house. Then they get out of the car and they're walking up to the door and they're pulling out flashlights and lock picks or whatever because it's nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know what the players are going to do.
Yeah, but you already know that they are getting in illegally. If they're pulling up all the gear, just through they don't need to say what or how.
They're not read the situation. They're not knocking on the door. They're not ringing the doorbell. They're checking this through windows to see if anyone's home. I like that. I like it when I don't know what the players are doing.
Okay, let's check in the windows. I think there are many ways to do that, and you could say I try to look inside the window. What if I say I try to look if there's any lights inside? I don't think that's too much intent. I think that's just enough. But that locks the narrator into saying just about the light, not everything else, right?
Well, let's say the players they're looking in the house. They don't say what they're looking for. They don't even say why they're there. I could be thinking, oh, they're doing a wellness check on Mrs. Smith, who's elderly and no one's heard from her in months. They just want to see if she's okay. But the minute they pull drugs out and put it in the refrigerator, I'm thinking, okay, so this is an abandoned home that they've gone into, and they're going to use this as their fortress of solitude, and they're just temporarily putting drugs in the fridge for now, and they're going to take them when they leave. Maybe it's insulin that they're putting in the fridge because it needs to be cold. Who knows? I don't know. They're just saying where they're at and what they're doing.
Mm.
Then the reveal comes in. I was like, aha, this is cool. And yeah, shots fired, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of cool things happen.
I don't even think that the player should say, I take out the drug, I take out the insulin. I take, I pull out this.
Oh, it'd just be a
pills or
bag. It would
the
just
zip
be a
bag of.
Ziploc bag.
Uh,
I pull the bag out of my backpack and I stick it in the refrigerator.
exactly. You don't need even to say what it is.
Now, when they go back to their car and they radio some guy, such and such.
We've done it, boss. Got it.
The monkey is in the bird cage. I still don't know what they're talking about. But when I might do a thing where I have an NPC call them on their police radio. What are you guys doing? Where are you at? What's your 20? And then the players have to tell me where they're at, what they're doing, sort of thing, or they lie. They just lie to me. Oh,
Don't you believe it?
We're at McDonald's in the drive-thru. It's kind of. What do you need? Like they're outright lying to me on the radio.
Okay, can you highlight this on what you said there? I look for valuables in the house. Said it intent. If I just look what's around, how will the GM know how to spawn valuable loot for me? That's like the,
I used to do that. I look in the house for anything valuable.
Yeah.
I only want to know stuff that's more than $50.
My character instantly grabs it. Whatever.
Oh yeah, I go around the house grabbing anything over $50 worth.
Okay, but what do you think?
Okay. Your actions would let other people know what you're doing or what you're looking for. If you're picking it up and touching it and putting it in the briefcase, you have like that, luggage with wheels that you take on airplanes. You have one of those with you, and you start filling it up with things from the house. And the player describes, "Oh, this looks valuable. This will sell. This will sell a lot on eBay," or something like that.
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and co-create that. If the house already established to be, at least
upper class or something.
Yeah, upper class. Yeah, exactly. Like you can go ahead because they're going to be valuables
gated community. You look behind pictures on the wall for safes, but you're not saying you're looking for a safe. You just you're sliding the picture frame over and looking behind the picture frame.
Exactly. I slide over and look behind. Just as the behind is already implying I'm looking for something, anything.
Or the guy one of the players takes the big old portrait thing off the wall, and he's like, "Help me with this. It's heavy." And the two of you guys carefully set it on the floor, lean it up against the wall. But then one of the players, the third player, he looks at the back of it. The back of the portrait is the most expensive piece of art in the entire world. And it's got like a piece of plywood covering it, and then a fake, crap portrait on the front side of it. At first you're thinking they're removing the portrait because there's a safe in the wall, but there's no safe on the wall. It's just a regular wall. I like those kinds of things.
That's the level of co-creation I want to get to in my games. Like really, yeah, but really like players like being ballsy to just, what? Look at what I found, and this green gem with swirling lights inside of it. Like, I'd like that. Get that one. But I think that's the thing with like, if you know your players, you know each other. Like, I think it's easier to be ballsier and just.
Yeah, and if you know your character too, it has to be something your character would do.
Yeah. Like
if you're just the maid doing dusting.
I know how to crack the safe.
All of a sudden,
Yeah.
she's a thief or something. She's a master thief. Tom Cruise, laser sights, everything.
Yeah. Carmen Sandiego. She's in
I
disguise.
used to have that game. What was that one called? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Carmen Sandiego, yeah.
Yeah, before the TV show. I never saw the TV show, but
just know the opening. It's kind of cool.
That was like 40 years ago.
Mm-hmm. She's the femme fatale.
I don't remember any of the game though.
That's another thing I talked with Zonal today. For Dean co-creating the a win, a success. I think it's only acceptable if your character has something in their character sheet that makes sense for them to be able to instantly recognize this picture is worth millions, but they need to be in the know of that. Doesn't make sense if like I said, like the car mechanic. Boy, is that a painting of? That doesn't make sense. You can't do that. You can't do that, man. It's like out of nowhere like that.
Yeah.
But if the character sheet is there, like art connoisseur, yeah, you can go ahead and create paintings and statues.
What happens with the Neo D&D players is they all have like a committee decision on what they're doing in this house and what order people need to do things in. So you have like a mage and a dwarf and a warrior and a healer. None of them have the skills of master thief, whatever. But they're all talking to each other and to the GM out of character what their strategy is for getting the artwork in a gonzo fashion out of the house and somewhere else. And they're all laughing and giggling about it. It's a huge riot. Like nothing serious in the game. They're just coming up with stupid party ideas, party tricks. That's how Neo D&D is played now. Unfortunately,
it's marketed that way. It's the way of how the things go now.
Well, you see Star Trek. Star Trek used to be an amazing television show. Now it's reduced to a cartoon called Lower Decks or something.
Oh yeah, that looks kind of stupid. I haven't watched it. It looks like it's just sex jokes.
It's drawn in the same style as Ben 10.
Yeah, it's like Rick and Morty.
Yeah. It's like, what? Just put Powerpuff Girls in Star Trek uniforms. Call it Star Trek.
You know what? Powerpuff Girls is dope though. I love that character.
Is that on TV? I can't find it anywhere.
I think it's on Max. The classic is on Max.
You mean like HBO Max?
HBO Max, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They have the new one, which is crap. Don't watch it. The old one is still a gem.
Just the stuff from 2000, 1999, 2000 era.
Yeah.
With Dexter's Laboratory.
Mm-hmm. You had Samurai Jack. You had what else?
Courage.
Johnny Bravo. Dog. Courage. Good times, man. I still watch Courage. Ranger Brothers is from 2010 or something.
It's still going on. It's a 20-year process. It takes them 3 years to do one season.
Okay. Good to know they're still going.
I think HBO, Cinemax or HBO bought them.
Okay.
But yeah, Cartoon Network could not afford it
anymore.
I have
HBO and I don't remember seeing the Venture Bros there, so it's not there. It's not Warner or...
They did a movie, which I didn't know about.
Oh.
So maybe I'll buy that if it's ever on DVD or something.
Cool.
What is this? I'm glad Shauner is back in his... Phil? I have a certain set of skills. So what's this one? I look for valuables.
Yeah, that's the one we did before.
Oh, this collection of Warhammer figurines looks valuable.
Yeah. Make sure not scratch the paint.
Like Columbo. You ever watch the TV show Columbo from 1972?
I've only seen the memes of Columbo.
Okay, because he'll walk into a house and he starts doing things. And the suspect, who's not a suspect yet, will say, "What is it now, Columbo? What are you looking for now?"
And he
Columbo
explains to the person why they are the killer, right? Basically.
Yeah, he'll go off track. He'll go off on a tangent, asking
I was like
somebody.
drinking coffee the other day, right?
Yeah, it's like,
the waitress had this accent.
You're not a piano player, man, are you? And he'll sit down and he'll start trying to play music on a grand piano, and it's terrible. Just to annoy the guy who's a he's a classical pianist. He murdered his wife with piano hammers or something, with a harp.
It's out of tune, isn't it?
She was pressed through a harp and got diced into slices. And he notices that the harp is slightly out of tune. And there's only one way that the harp could get out of tune like this: if you shove someone through it. Imagine,
is he expressing intent there?
I don't know. And then the guy will say, "What is your point, Officer? Detective Columbo? What?" And it's like in the last 5 minutes of the show, he knows what the guy did. He knows how he did it, but he just drags it out because that's his style.
Just playing mind games. Yeah.
And then he gets the person to confess without asking them to confess. And then the cops arrive and arrest him. Goes right to jail. There's no court scene or anything.
Yeah.
But I like how he just shows up at someone's house unannounced.
And does things.
He says, "Oh, I didn't know you were home. I'm just used to coming in this house all the time and looking for clues." And he never says why he's there. He never says, "I'm here to arrest you because I have all the answers now. I know you killed everybody. We're just going to take you to jail." No, he has to do it his own way. I kind of like it if a player's in character and they're doing it that way. That's cool. They're not explaining why they're talking to an NPC in the room.
Yeah. It's like we said in the beginning, unnecessary information, oversharing.
Most players they'll say, is there a barmaid in the tavern? Yes. Oh, can I see her? Is she nearby? Do I recognize one? Yes. Because I want to ask her if she was there the night so-and-so was killed, because maybe she knows and we could use her as a witness on the witness stand and all this stuff. And just tell me what you want. You're not even in the tavern. You're still outside.
To her and ask.
Yeah, just talk to her.
Where were you on the night when the Lady Margaret was murdered? He's taking a jab against himself here, Shunner. He did that in our game. He did this.
People have analyzed those paintings in the caves forever. Each generation seems to think it means something else. The symbols.
Yeah.
The buffaloes with the 6 legs or something. Those aren't legs, those are arrows. It was hit by arrows. So the spears are like hanging out the side of the buffalo, so it looks like legs. Oh, okay.
There is an ancient species of buffaloes, 6-legged buffaloes.
Okay, like in a bullfight, right? The player's going to say, "I'm going to throw spears. I'm going to jab it with spears so that it cuts into the shoulders and tendons and muscle of the bull's shoulders, and it wears out it makes them more fatigued. They can't run as fast. They'll start bleeding out. And slowly but surely, I'll kill the thing, a death by 1,000 spears kind of thing. Every time the bull runs past me." That's boring. I want the player to say, "I'm holding the cape, and And as the bull runs past me, I plan to, stab it with several spears I have.
I hold
No,
action.
you just say what you do in the moment. You're holding the thing,
Mhm.
and the
The bull approach.
the GM narrates that the bull's racing at you, and then you roll dice to see if you dodge it or whatever it is you're going to do. If you say you dodge, roll. If you say you throw a spear into its shoulder, roll. And you just keep doing that and keep doing that. And eventually, from hit point attrition, the bull's starting to get slower and weaker.
Weaker, yeah.
And eventually you figure out, oh, he's trying to kill my bull.
It's trying to kill my bull. Now I get it. Now I see it.
Now I see why you're doing this thing with the spears. I like doing it that way. Especially if people are watching the game or the other players are listening, because they want to, they want to have a turn doing something cool on their turn that's in character.
Mm.
And you do get to have a turn because turns are quick in my games because you only get 30 seconds to speak your mind before someone else's turn. I don't do the thing where, oh, it's your turn. Oh, you get to talk to a GMPC that I have up my sleeve here. And they have then they have banter back and forth with each other, playing patty cake for 20 minutes, and nothing's being done, or we're just doing voices. The other players are bored because when's their turn? I can't do those kinds of games anymore, which each player gets 20 minutes for a turn. So in an hour, there's only 3 players you only had one turn in 1 hour if you have 3 players. I fell off a tree and dislodged my shoulder. My bro comes running. Brother, are you okay? My only answer is, it hurts. It hurts so much.
Yeah, that's also another thing that happened. Not this one. My dearest brother, I am in incredible pain and appear to have dislodged my shoulder. This is greatly hindering my effectiveness to the party.
Oh dear, I have appeared to have dislodged my shoulder. My dexterity.
If only there were.
My endurance and dexterity has been greatly reduced.
Exactly.
I will be now a hindrance to the party. We need a medic to advance my healing stages quickly. Okay, like did you ever see Deliverance?
The game Kingdom Come?
No, the movie.
No, I'm not sure I did. Which one is it? It might have been under
Burt Reynolds, Johnny Cox, I think.
Deliverance.
1970.
No, yeah, I have not seen it.
Okay, these are guys that are out they're just being manly men, sort of, kind of, out in the woods. I guess they're on vacation. And they run into some hillbillies that are psychotic. So, when you're watching the movie, you don't know what's going on. No one's saying, I'm going to get my bow and arrows so I can kill these hillbillies in a precise manner, one after another, to save my friend. No, each one of them is kind of doing their own thing in the moment, just trying to survive from getting killed. It was kind of cool. Or let's see. Oh, movies where there's always like this, the cleaner or the fixer or the mechanic type character. At the beginning of the film, you'll see him in his garage. And he's got a pipe. He's got like those saws for cutting through pipe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know what they're called.
Anyway. I think it's pipe saw, literally.
Yeah, hacksaw kind of thing. Anyway, he's using that. He's welding. You see him with his goggles on. He's welding pipes together. And then you see him with a lathe, and he's making it all smooth. It's spinning. Kind of like a montage thing, but each scene is him doing something else. And he's making a gun from common household items in the house, like pipes and crap.
Yeah,
He has
pneumatic.
his gun skill is so high he can make guns from anything. And then later on, you see him out at out in the middle of a desert somewhere, and he's got this gun set up on a tripod. He's out in the desert behind his car, and he has all these. He has like a belt of bullets, just this long ass belt, and he's feeding the machine. It's 50 caliber, and he's shooting at some abandoned mansion out there. Used to be a cocaine drug lords used to live there, and it's got these statues and everything, these Greek statues along this,
garden.
Giant garden pond that's drained. It's been long drained. Anyway, so he's shooting the heads off of each of these classic statues, shooting their arms off.
Slow motion, like exploding.
But nothing's said. Nothing's in these films. Nothing's really said. It's just this. You see this shot. You see this shot. You see this shot.
The scene builds itself up little by little.
Yeah. And you just kind of find out that then the sound clicks in, the car street noise, he's in Paris somewhere, and you find out he's got a girlfriend, she's got a kid, don't know if it's his kid or if it's her kid or what. And he just says, "Oh, I've been away, I've been on vacation." But she doesn't know that he's some sort of paid assassin who makes his own weapons. I love that. I don't want to hear a player say to me, "Oh, does my character know how to build gun?" Because I think it'd be cool if I could make guns just from bathroom sink appliances and go to Home Depot and get some pipes and get a hydraulic press thing, whatever. Yeah. Make my own bullets.
A potato cannon. Those are cool.
Because I want to be able to use it like as my main weapon in the game. No. just say what you're doing.
Yeah, just rip the pipes apart, start to collect, get the tape, whatever you need to do the can. You should just do it, and after you have everything, I try to assemble a gun. I try to assemble a X.
Yeah. I mean, so like a player could start a game session and they just, for about 2 minutes, they just do what I did. They just narrate what they did in the last few days. What did their character do? And now they get on a plane to Paris to meet up with all the other players.
You do a recap first? What?
It would at the beginning of session 1.
Okay.
The player says that's what their character did.
Oh, okay.
Put a gun together, go out and I don't know where this place is. There's a desert between Los Angeles and Las Vegas where there's a mansion out there that no one lives in, and it's got these classic statues in the front yard.
Oh, is this a real place you're playing from?
Yeah. It doesn't have the pool though. I used to drive by it all the time. I don't know who or what. It looks like something out of the Scarface movie from 1980.
Oh, didn't know the.
It's like a palace.
Is it
so the windows are no. There's no private drive. It's just on the main road.
It was used for like a bad drug cartel.
Maybe it was used for a movie, like a movie set. Doesn't look like anyone's ever lived there in like decades. But there's no graffiti on the house.
It's too far. It's not worth it. Nobody sees it.
But the homes on the other side are just tin sheds, rusted.
It's like the New Vegas sheds.
Yeah. And people are living in those houses because you see, they're selling watermelon or whatever in their front yard.
Why they don't squat the place?
I don't know.
It's haunted. Nobody survives a night there.
And behind the house, behind there's all these yucca trees everywhere, and the
Yeah.
behind the mansion is one of those fake cell towers for phones, and it's been disguised to look like an ugly tree in the guy's backyard. You can tell right away it's a cell phone tower with the giant pipe cleaner branches covering all of
This is, do you know the name of this place? This sounds interesting. This is a good premise for a game.
it. I know. California has a lot of weird stuff. I think it's in California. It might be in Nevada. But it's near Victorville.
No idea, man. I'm sorry. I know Nevada. I know where it is on the map. That's it.
It's like 4 hours from Los Angeles if you go east.
Have you ever been there yourself? Or close to it?
Been where?
The mansion. The Resident Evil mansion.
You're calling it that?
Yeah. Until I find the real name.
I don't know anything about Resident Evil.
You never played any Resident Evil, man?
I never saw the movie. I never played the game. My brother.
I mean, the movies like
games.
you can't pass them, but the games are neat, man.
I was never a console guy, and I don't know if the games were as good on PC or not.
I mean, there are emulators out there if you really want to play the old PS1. But they have the remakes now. The remakes you can play on PC, I think.
Yeah.
The remake looks beautiful of the first game, and as well as the Resident Evil 4 one. They did a good job on the remake.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was playing Half-Life and Quake 2.
A true PC gamer.
And Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Counter-Strike is still big in Brazil.
But by the time Call of Duty came out and the other one, what was the other one called? Something like Battlefield or something?
Okay. Oh, you're talking about the multiplayer ones, yeah.
Yeah, these are all multiplayer first-person shooter stuff. When it became that popular, I wasn't interested anymore in first-person shooters.
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't understand how Call of Duty got so big. Because it used to be like World War I, World War II things. I still had I think I still have the CDs for PlayStation 2.
There was a zombie DLC for it, so you could have zombie Nazis.
Oh, no, it wasn't a DLC. It was a game mode. A built-in game mode.
Oh, okay.
What I know from people who played it, some people were buying Call of Duty just to play zombies mode. Oh, and okay. I think is it Ubisoft? I don't remember who makes the Call of Duty, but they knew that because the only way to really sell some of the Call of Duties was making the zombies inside of it, because people were more interested in playing the zombies mode than the main game.
Yeah, back in 2008, my coworker, that's all he ever talked about was playing that with his kid, the zombie mode.
It is extremely fun. It could very well be a standalone game.
I did the Team Fortress stuff. I thought that was kind of boring, though.
You didn't like Team Fortress?
No.
No.
When Team Fortress 2 came out, I'm like, okay, forget this stuff.
Yeah, I'm talking about Team Fortress 2. You didn't like it, Team Fortress 2?
I didn't like 1 or 2.
I mean, yeah, 1 is kind of... 2 is a different game.
Capture the flag. It's 2 capture the flag for me.
Okay, you can have a deathmatch or capture the point.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like deathmatch much.
Quake Arena had that kind of stuff in it too. What was the other one? There was a few other first-person shooters I did. Back then, everyone was waiting for... who was the blonde guy with the sunglasses?
Duke Nukem?
Yeah, everyone was waiting for Duke Nukem.
Balls of Steel, yeah.
was it 2 or 3 or 4, and it never came out or something.
Yeah,
Back
I
when
never
people were
really
waiting
got
for
into
Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 finally came out. I didn't care. By
Yeah,
then I didn't care about first-person shooters anymore.
I don't really. You know what? What do you know? What is a game franchise I really loved was Splinter Cell. I would play a lot on the PlayStation 2, man. I loved because I like stealth games.
Yeah.
Do you know Splinter Cell? Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell.
Yeah, my brother has all that stuff.
The games that was so much fun. Snooping around, you know, like you have the
I don't know.
thermal goggles.
Yeah.
You see behind the wall. Yeah, it's fun, man.
He did all that. He did what's the one with the snake guy?
That's Metal Gear.
Man, okay.
Metal Gear Solid. I've only played the PlayStation 1 version.
So Metal Gear,
which is
he
very
had
good.
that one. He did the Metal Gear one. He did the other one. He did the other one. He did the other one. And then Halo came out, so they were all doing the Halo thing.
Oh yeah, Halo is big.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Halo was not as big in Brazil. No, I don't know why.
Maybe it wasn't translated.
No games like translated games is a luxury of the modern day. I've always played in English, which is how I learned English. To be honest, I had to raw dog like the games. I had to, like, it was like being thrown in the jungle and having to survive. I learned by living it.
Okay, I like watching people play Skyrim in Russian or Japanese.
Yeah. But it's cool. Like the new games that I see in Portuguese, like it's interesting. It's cool, but I still prefer your English if that's the original language of the game.
I think Zonalar says that too. He'd rather have English than German.
Does my character know how to get into Shunner's show? I think it would be cool to add him to my list of contacts. He can give me bonus on wisdom checks when I call him. But yeah, but for movies as well.
Have you ever allowed that? Language. Have you ever allowed like one of your players to phone home to their brother or dad for an answer? Like in the middle of a role play session? No, like instead of asking the GM, can my character do this or how can I do this? They actually phone a relative. Hey, I'm at Nicholas's house. We're role playing. Do you know if my character can?
Oh, my brother is a astrophysicist. Let me ask him a thing like that.
Yeah. Is it possible that I can get a dice modifier for doing this in my calculations? Can you check my calculations are correct before I roll a dice? The GM doesn't know anything about science fiction.
I feel like that might have happened, but I'm not really sure. Something to that level, like, yeah, you know what? Like my I don't know what is a mechanic or, yeah, I think that might have happened at some point.
I mean, back in the day, you could call somebody and they would answer. I don't know why. I would always tell my mom or dad, don't answer the phone. Just let it ring. Just let the answering machine get it. And they're like, no, I got to answer it. I want to know who it is. Well, just let it go to voicemail. Nope. They have to get up, go into the living room because that's where the phone is, plugged into the wall. You can't unplug. You can't put the phone wherever you want in the house. So you got to pause the VHS. We're watching a VHS movie. We got to pause it while they go on the phone. And they say, oh, it's just some guy selling carpet cleaning service.
Yeah, it's always that. It's always that. Even today.
Yeah. This is like 50 years ago. I was like 11 or 12 years old telling my mom, just let the answering machine get it. It was one of the first answering machines you could buy for a phone.
Was the one you could record your own message and it would play back?
Yeah, it had cassette tapes in it.
Oh, okay.
And you had a different cassette tape for whichever message you wanted people to hear when they call your house. And you could record. Back then, you could record telephone conversations. That was the best part.
That's how a bunch of political stuff happened as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you pick up the phone and you don't turn off or you hit record as soon as you pick up the phone. Yeah, you got like a 30-minute tape
That's
in there.
a missing feature. It would be so easy to put that on smartphones built in. That's not a feature.
Yeah.
It would be easier, actually, to put that on a smartphone than like the dial phone. We're not allowed to have nice things anymore, so
EDK. I still have this.
That's
This is from 40 years ago. It was in an answering machine. I should
Have
probably
you tried digitalizing some of your analog media?
No, I have tape players. I don't know if they still work though. The rubber bands inside are probably long gone. It'd be interesting to play a tape, see what I sounded like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
50 years ago.
Like one of your recorded phone calls? You still have that? What?
Yeah, it's got.
Or did you record for fun, or like other stuff, like singing, reading poetry?
Oh, I have on my kitchen counter. I got more tapes. Those are all computer program tapes, and music tapes. You know, recording off the radio. It's got that hiss. All the tapes have that hiss noise.
It's aesthetic now. It's aesthetic now.
And what are the other tapes would be like you know, you buy a car and they give you a cassette tape that has the instructions on how to use the car.
Oh,
I've never played them, so I don't know what.
You still have them?
Thank you for buying our, you know, whatever car, luxury sedan, whatever. Mom,
you can sell it as a vintage item.
Yeah,
original tape. You know, some people pay for those. That would be the valuable in your house. If my character breaks into your house, I rummage through the VGS tapes. I play all my games in English and some Japanese games in Japanese, but English text. Yeah, I prefer the original language, the original audio.
When I play Skyrim, I have the subtitles turned on in Skyrim so that you know, once in a while somebody says something in the game and you can't understand what they said, so it's always good to have subtitles on. Because somebody will say something like, we have to kill this thing, but you don't hear them say that because the dragon's fire breath is so loud.
Yeah.
Or the music gets really loud and you don't hear.
You know what I don't like? When someone casts the icicle spell, it's so loud every time. It's like, every time, no matter where they are, it sounds like it's blasting on your ears.
Yep.
It's too loud. I don't like it. It should not be so loud.
So are there any other intention things that players should stop doing wrong? Start doing right?
Doing right, yeah. Or should start doing right, yeah.
Instead of saying you're doing it wrong, we should start saying you need to do it right.
Yeah, that's positive reinforcement. That's how you get people to soften up a bit.
I don't know. I like being told if I'm doing something wrong because then I get better.
Yeah, me too. But you know, some people take it too personal. He's saying my mother is a.
At first, it's like, oh, a shot. You know, shots fired. Oh, I'm mortally wounded here. I've been doing something wrong. But then I think about it and I go, hey, you know what? That's a good idea.
Yeah, you know,
what doesn't kill you makes you strong.
Personally. Yeah, and you should not, even if something is aimed at you should not take it like personally. Even if someone calls you directly, like, should you really be take that as like cursing your bloodline. Like,
Now what?
come on,
Okay,
someone on the internet saying bad stuff about you. Do you really want to have your Jimmy's Russell like that? You don't
what
need that,
happens?
man.
What happens if someone says you're you're doing it wrong? Now I lost my train of thought. What does it say? We just add a cassette filter over music now. Scratch a bit, call it lo-fi. Got millions of views on YouTube. Lo-fi, I don't know if I can handle lo-fi music.
That depends. You gotta find your own. It's like searching for your other half, like your soulmate. You need to find the one lo-fi. And yeah.
How many lo-fi YouTube channels are there? Like 1,000?
Oh man, there's a million. And they all play on it's a looping live stream. So people join in and it's like 10 hours, looping the same 10 hours basically.
Well, that's good if he's changing his attitude.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. He was very inflammatory the first time. The second time he was like level-headed. I'm like, okay. Like he's talking like an adult. That's cool. But yeah, like people should, don't get angry on the internet. Like, why would you want to do that? why do you want to have big fights on the internet?
Oh, I remember now. When someone says that you're a LARPer or an actor, what do you do? What do you say back to them?
What I say back, I don't even think I would entertain that person much, to be honest. Like,
because I get called that every day.
Yeah, but it's like, what is the intent when they say that? What is the intent? Like, is it an observation or is it an attack?
You could take it both ways. You could say, "Oh, they're complimenting me on my roleplay skills.
Yeah.
I'm in a division above all other peers because I can LARP and I can act, and I obviously have great voice
I'm an
acting
artist.
skills."
You're a LARPer.
What that tells me is they didn't even watch the video because I explained what roleplay is in the video. And if they say that still in the comments, then I know they didn't watch the video.
Exactly. So there's legions. If someone called me a LARPer, I don't think I would care, to be very honest. Because I'm not LARPing, and I'm not LARPing. And if I were and they called me a LARPer, why would I be angry? Because then it would be true.
So maybe their intent is not to insult people when they say you're just a LARPer. You're just
it is. The intent is to insult. They are trying to insult you. You're an actor.
Because then you have
actual kid.
Then you have actual LARPers, and they say, "We're LARPing. We're not role playing. We're just LARPing."
Mm.
So I get it from both ends.
That's another said it was kind of funny. Thank you. Yeah, you can. That's how you answer. But this one, I'm jealous of LARPers because they can only play a fat monk. Yeah, a LARP limits your horizons for everyone.
I used to go to the San Diego Comic-Con in the 70s, and it would be, this is before fat people. No offense to fat people, but there were no fat people at the San Diego Comic-Con in the 70s. Everyone was skinny.
I cannot imagine that.
Because the food sold it. There was no Walmart yet.
I see.
People ate healthy food in the 70s. But then something happened, the 80s happened, and all of a sudden it was like everyone was like the people in that robot movie.
WALL-E. Yeah. Mobility scooter.
Yeah, everyone's sucking down
slurping on
Slurpees and Mountain Dew and all that stuff.
And smoothie.
So I stopped going to the San Diego Comic-Con because you get 4 of those guys across the aisle. You cannot go
Yeah.
down the aisle. That aisle is blocked.
Have you ever played Pokemon? Do you know Snorlax?
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is though.
Yeah. It's like this giant fat bear that blocks the road. Like you need to get an item to wake him up. So it's like a roadblock pretty much. Yeah, but yeah, man, it's crazy. Like I only see the videos like Walmart creature spotted, it's like someone a giant like old man on a mobility scooter.
Yeah,
Stay
well,
on your computer for 10 hours.
back then when you went to school, you had to play soccer or football or basketball.
Yeah, they made
or
you
something.
you move. Yeah. You will get
then-
something done.
And then there was track and field. I was like the fastest runner at my school. So if there was an overweight kid in class, you just teased him. You teased him every day. You teased him
Until you did something about it.
And then during the summer, he would lose all the weight, and he would come back the next year looking like everyone else, and no one teased him, and he had hot chicks. He did more than just lose weight. He like had personality.
Yeah, he grew in life. Yeah, man. But yeah, everyone is a bit fat today, so.
But yeah, I can see people just, I don't know. Well, no one goes outside anymore. They're on.
Yeah.
I knew this would happen when the Xbox and the Nintendos and stuff started showing up.
You had a vision.
No one's playing dodgeball. No one's playing rollerball outside anymore.
Yeah.
No one's riding their bike.
When I was until I was 8 or 7, I think. Until I was 8, I would play a lot outside with my friends, but then their families would start moving away until I had just one friend on the same neighborhood. And we little by little we stopped playing outside and started playing more inside with PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1. That I slowly became what I am today.
Yeah, in my neighborhood, the drugs came through and killed off the firstborn in every family, pretty much.
The angel of death.
And then it was like, it wasn't even safe to go to someone's house because the whole family was doing drugs.
That's
so you just, you tell your parents, let's move, let's go someplace else, because on TV all the families were still normal on TV. They weren't realistic. This TV shows weren't realistic yet. I bought a pair of what?
Inline
skates. Okay.
Never learned how to do those. Never even got one as a gift. I had a scooter. I really loved my scooter when I was young.
Yeah, in high school I rode a skateboard everywhere.
Your skateboard kid?
Yeah, I'd skateboard. I would skate like 10 miles somewhere just to go to
That's
a mall.
Cool. I paid to see a picture of young Shoner on the skateboard.
It was the fiberglass kind that it would bend. Like the board would bend.
Oh, okay, naturally.
Instead of the board just being hard, it would flex in the middle. And nice smooth ride. Not those kind of skateboards where the wheels barely turn because you're trying to do tricks on curbs and stuff.
Yeah.
These are the kind where you spin the wheel and 5 minutes later it's still spinning. But if I rode a skateboard now, first thing I would do is probably go whoop. It would probably just go whoop, and I'd fall on my hip and break it. That'd be the end of me. But yeah, when I was 18, I was on the skateboard all over the time, all the time. And then you get two people, you get two skateboards, you got a catamaran thing going on. And you go down hills.
Yeah.
One person sits on one, the other person sits on the other skateboard, and
Oh,
you're
yeah,
facing
yeah.
each other, and you got your feet are on the other person's skateboard, and you're both leaning, holding on to each other's shoulders, going back and forth, steering, doing the solemn course down the hill. You got the kid at the bottom of the hill saying, "Car, car." Some Mack trucks going, 18-wheeler, we have to get off the road before the 18-wheeler hits us. No helmets, no shoulder pads, no knee pads.
That's
Parents have no idea where you're at, what you're doing. You're 5 miles from home. They're building a new freeway somewhere. That's where you hang out. You like watching the guys pour concrete. I bet you I can jump over that wet concrete with my bike.
Yeah.
And some dog. What's the dog that kills people? What's that one called?
Pitbull.
Yeah. You got two of those behind a fence barking at you from the backyard of some house that you ran through someone's backyard to get to this place where they're building the freeway. And now the dogs are out of the house and they're in the backyard. How do you get back through? How do you get back if you have to go back through that backyard and you can't now because there's 2 dogs there? Stuff like that. Interesting times.
Yeah.
When you're a kid, you think you're indestructible.
Yeah, you're immortal when you're a kid.
Yeah, the older kids would play football in the street. Cars would constantly have to stop. So everyone had to, the cheerleaders, everyone had to get off the road. And the older kids would try to kick the car as it would go down the street. I was against that. I always got onto this. I always went on the sidewalk. I never, just leave, just move a little bit out of the road and the car kind of has to go around you and then you kick the tire when they go by. I don't do that. Those kids are all dead now. The drugs came through and took them.
They were the first ones to be swayed.
Well, they're the first ones to do PCP and cocaine and heroin when it showed up in the neighborhood. I'm going to try it. It looks cool.
Yeah. It's on the tire. If you could go back in time and convince them not kick the tires, they would have been alive today. That's the turning point in history for the kids in that neighborhood.
Yeah, one of my friends, he let's see, he was in my art class. He was one of the better artists. I was an okay artist, but he was pretty good. This was like 10th grade, I think, 9th or 10th grade. And one day, he didn't come to school. On the news, I find out that he was running around naked with a knife in his neighborhood, breaking into people's houses and trying to stab them while they were asleep. So the cops showed up, about 15 cops, and they were all surrounded. They surrounded him in the middle of the street, telling him to put the knife down, put the knife down. And when he ran at one of the cops, they all just shot him. I thought, how can you do that? How he's surrounded by cops, and they just all shot towards the center? What if they'd missed him and shot the cop on the others? But that's what they did.
What if the bullet goes through?
And this is before cops had bulletproof vests.
Yeah.
And they only had like 6 shots each in their guns, I think. And then he got shot like 25 times, I think.
Yeah,
but he was on drugs. He didn't know what he was doing.
No, probably didn't even feel the pain, to be honest. Which I guess it's a better way to go.
But that would happen, I don't know, every 6 months in my neighborhood. Something like that would happen. This other guy, he was like 3 years older than me. I was in junior high. He was in high school. And I remember I was in a class where you had to bring articles from the newspaper to report in front of the classroom. the girls would always bring an article about, oh, there's a flower show at such and such, or there's a pet store opening up in town. Or me, when the teacher would ask me what article did I bring, I always chose like mass murder, massacre, suicide pact,
The
people
Chainsaw
drowning.
Massacre.
It was always
Yeah.
something horrific. So I brought. I didn't know the guy, but he lived like 3 blocks from me, and he decided to grab an axe and chop up all of his family members while they were asleep. And the sole survivor was paralyzed from the neck down afterwards. And I thought, well, I'll just report this. And I remember I was getting halfway through it. I was getting halfway through my auditory report of the news of the day. The teacher's like, give me that.
Getting
But I'm not finished. I'm not finished reading.
more and more graphic by the second. Yeah. There's the cool part where he
I think
he gets the intestines out.
I was 12 or 13. I was just reading it matter of factly.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Unfazed
embellishing
by
it
the
or anything.
horrors. Yeah.
After that, I was not allowed to do stand up in front of the class and give a report.
There you go. You found your way out. You tricked the system.
But yeah, so the guy with the axe, he was on drugs too. Everyone 3 years older than me died from drugs. So I was
The sole survivor.
Yeah, it was like the plague had passed before I was of age.
Saved by by the clock. Do you have that expression in English? Saved by the gong. Is that
saved by the gong?
Yeah, like the gong, the gong. Do you have that expression?
We don't get saved by a gong we don't get saved by those over here.
No, it's like you got saved by like this very opportunistic
thing. There's a
there.
TV show called Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell, yeah, Saved by the Bell.
It's like a church bell, not a gong though.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's the same thing though. It's the same meaning. It's just different. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got saved by the bell.
Yeah, you're about to get hung, or the guillotine's going to come down on your neck, and the bell. You hear the bell.
Yeah.
And then that's their way of saying stop.
Yeah. It's
or it could be the reverse.
Calling in,
It could be the reverse though. It could be after the 3 chimes. That's when they drop the guillotine on you.
Yeah, but then you don't get saved by the bell.
It could be that too.
Boxing. Oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah, we say the gong though. I'm not really sure why. It's fake news. We are all about fake news here, Space Roddy. We only like to spread lies and deceit.
What is this? A friend threw stones at passing trucks?
That's great. I was reading that. I was like, this is good. But he continues. Can you click on the other one? I decided to not run away and face the consequences. True to my parents, and I was a complete wreck. And I was a complete wreck. Never threw stones again. See, he faced it like a little man. You know what? I messed up. I'm gonna.
Well, you have to learn what consequences are at some point in your life. Otherwise, you go through life. You're 40 and you're still throwing rocks at cars.
My sister once, when she was young, I think on the grocery store or something, she managed to get some a piece of gum, without anybody seeing. And I think when she got to the car, she was like, "Hey, mom, hey, dad, look! I managed to steal this." They made her go back and give back the gum and apologize in front of everyone. Oh, she was probably 5 or something, super young. But
yeah, you're super.
That's how you teach them. You teach them oh man, because you embarrass them, but that's the point.
Yeah.
They need to feel ashamed of doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't do it again. And if you try to do it again, you get your stomach starts to hurt. You get all nervous. You start shaking. You remember when the police came to the house? Back when I was a kid, the cops would drive up to the house and talk to your mom. They heard that you stole a candy bar from 7-Eleven. Oh, I'm going to go to jail.
Yeah. I'm going to miss you.
You had to make it up. You had to do something at 7-Eleven to make up for it.
Yeah.
Clean windows or something.
Yeah, now you can steal for free. Right? That's what's happening in America.
Oh, in California, you can take up to $999.99 and get away with it. No one cares. No one will stop you. Yep. They only panic if you grab something that's more than that. That's when they want to come at you with their oh, what is it? That one thing I saw on X where some guy tried to rob money out of a cash register, and the store owner just flat out shoots him like 3 times in the chest. And then quickly dragged his body out of the store because he didn't want blood on the carpet.
Yeah, I'm going to have to clean it after.
Yeah. It's like, oh, crap. I made a mess. But he was really cool and collected about it when he was doing it. Like he had done that before. Like it's
I was going to say, that's just another Thursday for him, man. Happen again. Just have to write a report.
But that was the first time I saw somebody shoot somebody and then drag their body out of the store. So there's no blood.
He was fast too then, if blood didn't run off and got into the floor.
Yeah. Thing is though, can you lift your own weight?
Can I lift my own weight?
Yes.
Like what do you mean? Weight? Like an object? Oh, yeah, no. But he was
someone your height and weight. Could you carry them somewhere or drag them somewhere?
If they help.
But they're dead though.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard.
They're not helping at all.
That weight is very hard to drag. It's hard to drag someone who's like not willing. I don't feel like when we were kids, or like I remember doing that with my sister. I could be like playing or like fighting, play fighting.
Yeah,
she would go limp. You cannot lift someone up.
Little kids go limp because they don't want to be picked up, or they don't want to go. They don't want to go to the grocery store, or they don't want to go to church or whatever. Put your feet on the ground. Put your feet on the ground. Start walking. Stand up. Stand up. No, I don't want to stand up.
It's instinct. It's like a opossum, like they play that. It's the same thing. It's instinct.
Yeah.
The kid knows.
Yep. Or put your shoes on. No, I don't want to put my shoes on. They kick their shoes off on purpose.
Yeah. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I see it all the time.
I have a little nephew. Yeah, I have a little nephew. He was like a little angry today.
Oh, I've run out of ideas to talk about.
Yeah, so intent. You should have the intent of not expressing your intent during game. I guess that's the take.
In summary.
Yeah.
To summarize.
Again, that's me. Like as a crutch, maybe. If you really cannot express any other way what your character is doing, you may say why, but I'd rather not. If you really cannot explain how you hide the knife, just say that you try to walk in such a way that other people don't see it, but that's not preferable.
Yeah, and instead of saying the reason for why I'm doing what I'm doing, I just hold off on that and just wait till my next turn to say a little bit more of what my character's doing. and then I
Yeah,
wait.
if you want to say your intent just because you want to let other people know, you can wait because your action will end up being completed anyway, and people will see it, and it will be much more interesting.
Yeah, it's more interesting that way, I think, than
Yeah,
the
what
one
is your
player who says
intent by
that
expressing intent?
in every game on YouTube, pretty much the Neo D&D games or the Call of Cthulhu games, the players always say, basically, for the next 10 turns, I'm going to be aiming my gun and keeping my torch lit and looking in all directions at all times and ready to attack the nearest thing that approaches me. It's like, okay, so that's all you're doing?
No, that's
There's
programming your actions.
yeah, the
If
AccuTrack or whatever it's
X,
called.
then yeah.
The little toy truck, you programmed it to go 2 feet forward, make a 90-degree 90-degree turn right, then go 3 feet, and then you hit play and the truck goes toot, 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 toot.
That could be a cool mechanic for a war game, though. Like you have you program 3 turns ahead for a war game. That could be a cool
Or SimCity,
thing.
for the next turn, for the next 100 years, I'll buy only schools. I'll build only schools in my town. Schools and parks. No electricity. no freeways. And then you fast forward 100 years and you hear if the people are complaining about your town or not.
If
the train was invented. You don't have a train in your city yet. What do? You
gotta keep up with the newest trends.
Build the $1 billion a mile bridge to nowhere. And then you find out, oh, trains are obsolete. No one rides the trains anymore. Now there's planes. And then the next thing happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, the auto mode, autopilot, I think that's what maybe me and Rick or somebody else, I can't remember, we came up with the autopilot mode for players.
No, that's real.
They state their intentions for the next half hour of the game.
Yeah,
because it will take half an hour. It will literally take half an hour before it's their turn again.
Yeah, so they need to get it out there.
They're thinking, in real time, I have all this explaining to do when it's my turn. But in game time, maybe only 30 seconds has gone by. And I was thinking about that when I wrote my book. How much can a player say during their turn? And I came up with this idea that works for me. Well, when you're narrating your actions, you need to be able to do the actions in the time it takes you to say it.
Yeah,
naturally
I think
speaking.
it's a good way to keep the tempo going. It's a perfect way to keep the tempo going.
Yeah, I have a chainsaw, and I'm in the middle of cutting this, cutting through this tree trunk. Not because I'm putting in a hyper bypass freeway. I'm just at the moment just chopping down a tree trunk. We'll worry about this stump later, or we will worry about what to do with the tree trunk laying on the ground later. Some people say, I want to chop this tree down because I want to build a house, and the house is going to be my business, and I'm going to be selling antlers. It's an antler business.
Yeah. Yeah, that's overexposing. That's like, in movies, sometimes that happens. The character starts like exposing, like, I don't need to know that, man. Like, why are you even telling me that? Just show me. Just show me you walking into the business and like behind the counter.
Did you ever see the movie? Was it No Country for Old Men?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of that movie, there's no talking. It's just the guy's out in the middle of a desert and he's doing things.
You figure out as it happens.
he's witnessing these guys doing something at night, and then he comes by in the day because he thinks they left some drugs behind, and he finds this guy who was shot, and he's like, okay, I want to see if that guy is still there who needed help. He goes back, but you never know what his motive is. You never know why he's doing this. This is the what's his name? He was the son. He's the guy who plays Thanos. What's his name?
Oh man,
His dad was in Westworld.
I know who you're talking about.
Something Brolin.
I can see the face in my mind, but yeah, the name does not come out.
Not James Brolin, but the kid Brolin. Anyway.
But yeah, you should just do it.
I think it's good. But yeah, his character was just doing things in that movie for an hour and a half, and you're like, what is he doing that for? What's his plan? It's a guessing game the whole time, pretty much. And then you got this other crazy guy going around shooting people in the head.
Yeah, with the cowl thing. Yeah.
Like, what is he up to? What is he doing? He doesn't say, can I shoot him in the head because I want to do this and because my reasons are, you don't get that.
Yeah.
Which I think is kind of cool.
I want to pressure him, making him call between face or tails, just to get him like feeling a lot of pressure, a lot of tension. Can just do it. Yeah. So what is your intent when you want to express your intent in character? Like you as a player, why do you want to express the character's intent? Is it because you really cannot say it any other way, or is it just because you want to show, just say it without doing it? If it's just exposition,
well, you have to tell the GM everything, I suppose, because the GM needs to have all
the control. Needs to be the
he has to have all the little bits and pieces of everything. Yeah. He has to know he has to know all the little details because he's going to narrate everything all over again in his own words.
He's gonna relay back to you, yeah.
Or it might be that the player's in panic mode because this is the only chance they get to say something in the game. So they just blurt it all out because it might be 30 or 40 minutes before they get to say something in the game. Because the GMPC is hogging all the bandwidth. Because it's about their character, really. The players are just human die rollers. So I want to do more than die roll. So I'm going to blurt out my intentions for the rest of this game. If there's any gold in this mine, in this dungeon,
it could be trying to like a surrogate roleplay. It's the only way I can talk about my character is if I say why he wants to do things. That could be that subconsciousness will to expression.
Or it could just be the bare minimum. Like the guy, one player says, oh, if we go in this dungeon, I'm just going to be looking for gold. That's all I'm going to be doing the whole entire thing is looking for gold. And then, sure enough, when he's asked, what do you do? He says, well, I'm looking to see if there's any gold around. Roll. Oh, you found 2 pieces of gold. Roll 2d20 divided by, whatever.
That's hell.
Make it sound like he's doing a really cool roll to take up time because it's his turn. He's in the spotlight. Make him do the hardest roll and number calc crunch ever. That would be 5 pieces of gold. And then you don't hear from that player again for another 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like some people like hanging out with their friends and doing the most mundane, tedious things.
Yeah, man. It's like the people who play.
Go to the beach and watch women walk. Back in the day, back when there were women on the beach.
Like
Watching girls go by.
playing a regular game of like D&D or any other like those crunchy games, like those 2D games with a big group of players, it's an exercise of futility because nothing gets done. What was that one stream like you showed like 6 hours in? It's like the same combat. It's like 5 hours.
Oh, that ended up.
scene.
Yeah, if you look at the video, it ends up being 9 hours 40 minutes.
Like, how do you survive that? How do you if the arguments are we doing this for fun, like I don't believe you're having fun after 5 hours. I doubt you're having fun. Are you not hungry? Like, don't you want to do something else after 5 hours of doing the same thing?
Yeah, they must be really best friends. Their other choice is to hang out in prison with each other. Oh, you got arrested? I'm going to come visit you and sit next to you in the cell until your trial. I'm that good of a friend.
Until your execution.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand the mentality. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. Like, I almost got into one of those games. It was a GURPS. It was going to be a Harn. They were going to be playing Harn. I was invited to come over.
What? They were going to play what?
Harn.
Harm or Harn?
Harn.
What is that?
N as in Nancy. You've heard of Harn. If you see it, you'll be like, oh, that.
It's an RPG? Harn. Yeah. Okay, I might have seen it. Okay. Yeah.
Harn
I might have seen it before.
Is what they call it, or Harn World or something they call it now.
It's like before my time, but yeah.
It's another D100 mechanic, kind of like RuneQuest, but there's not much magic in it. It's mostly medieval stuff.
It's like a more grounded. Okay.
Yeah. And I almost got trapped in an 8-hour game session with some dudes, but I dodged the bullet. Because I was there for 2 hours and the game hadn't started yet.
Yeah, I mean, imagine having to play 8 hours of the same game, right?
Yeah, when I noticed they were getting out the minis and I thought, oh, they're getting out a map. I'm thinking, oh, we're going to do 8 hours of combat.
How did you escape? Like, oh, my mom needs my help. She fell down the stairs.
My wife at the time, she had called and said, I need to come home.
So you got saved. You got saved by the bell. By the gold.
Yeah. Some family thing happened. So I was like, oh, okay.
They were at like a game store? They're going to be there for 9 hours?
No, I was at a guy's house.
Okay. Yeah, no, I would never like submit myself to that. Like I like doing nerdy stuff, like I think it's fun, but like even if I'm doing something I like for a long period of time, I just want to have a break. I want to do something else.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, like with anything, I suppose. But when you were talking earlier about too many players, that explains why games like Skyrim just have one player. Now imagine doing a Skyrim RPG with 6 players. How painful that would be. Because Skyrim's made for one player.
I want to get the basket because I want to put it on the bartender's head so it doesn't see me stealing the drinks. Can I do that?
Yeah, the thing is, going into a dungeon with more than 2 players is too crowded already.
There's supposed to be tight spaces.
Yeah, and then everyone's taking their long-ass turn when it's their turn.
That's why you gotta play with procedures, Shoner. There's the walking phase, there's the hearing phase, the listening phase. There's the, putting ammo phase, shooting phase.
You're talking about Avalon Hill rules from the 70s?
Yeah, I think the second edition, the basic is basic expert. Yeah, they have that. there's the walking phase, then there's the listening phase. It's like segmented in phases.
I did not know that. I know
Yeah.
Traveler has something weird like that from the 70s.
Yeah, it's from the time. It's like they did that, and then each
Combat
phase
action.
is like time, so you can tell exactly how many minutes pass just from walking down the corridor and opening the door because it's all segmented by phases.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, Car Wars has something similar. It's a way to keep track of time. But the thing is, 6 hours goes by and only 30 minutes in the game happen.
exactly. So that's why you need to play 9 hours because you want to have like 13 minutes happening, you know.
So how'd the game go? Well, we opened a door and we went halfway down a hallway and then we were fighting ghosts. That went on for a bit and one of us died and
You
we
forgot
had to
discussing how to open the door.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it.
And the other door, we don't know where the other door would have been because we didn't make it down the hallway. And then we were teleported back to a tavern and we healed. Like, what?
That was the 9 hours.
Yeah,
Because
man,
then
9 hours.
Yeah,
Okay, 9 hours is the complete Lord of the Rings trilogy.
exactly.
Each movie's 3 hours.
Yeah, that's a good point. Exactly. How much happens in Lord of the Rings in 3 hours? There's a whole book.
There's
a
like
whole like
there's like
800 pages.
four or five big scenes at least in each movie.
Hmm.
You know, it's a lot of talking, a lot of talky,
Yeah.
and then get on the horse and travel or walk, and then get someplace, then do the talky. You know,
There's character progression,
fight something.
character arcs.
Yeah, in between the movies. Was there time between the movies, or was just back to back story?
It's back to back.
Who would you say leveled up in Lord of the Rings?
Who would I say? Gandalf. All of them. Gandalf did.
All of them were leveled up already.
Yeah,
right?
no, they're like top of the cream, except for like the hobbits. Like they're just like hillbillies, you know. They had the most progression, I'd say. But like even like Aragorn, like physically he did not level up, but he had a character. He had his character arc of becoming like here the king because he was the heir. Like he didn't want to be, so he had this character arc of accepting his fate and responsibility. That was his character thing.
Yeah.
So he progressed, but yeah, he was like max level ranger already.
In the movie, does he constantly say stuff like, "Oh, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to be king."
Yeah.
4 hours from now, I'll be king.
Yeah.
Now, Frodo and the other guy, every 5 minutes, were they saying why they have the ring and what they're supposed to be doing with the ring? I know they did a lot of whining together.
Yeah.
Frodo, it's your best pal, Sam. We have to keep going. That I remember that being said a lot.
Don't give up, Mr. Frodo. Yeah. Don't give up, Mr. Frodo. Master Frodo, I think. Or Mr. I remember now. Yeah,
and then they ended up in the lava pit and they were gonna die.
Yeah.
The giant birds come and save them at the last minute.
I don't like the birds. It's poetic.
I don't like the ghost army. I don't like the birds, and I don't like the other thing that happened. His writing, he has to have the thing come in and save the day at the last minute.
No, it's not as out of the pocket in the books. I've heard. It's like because the movies already like they already skip so much because Tolkien has the problem of like he will describe the leaf for like 10 pages, you know.
Yeah, Lovecraft does the same thing. He'll describe the gnarly roots going into the muddy earth.
Yeah, but like here's the thing: his book is like what 200 pages and one contained story, and that's it. But then you're reading like a book that is like this thick. It's a Bible, and like it's not even like the full story because there's 2 more books. So it's way more heavy reading than than Lovecraft.
And I don't like books where when you're reading them, time stops. Like the actual time in the story stops while you're getting narrated all this stuff. I like it when there's no narration and it's just the
characters.
the characters doing their thing and talking in dialogue. There's no narration.
Mm.
And you
might
kind of
not like Dune very much.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I probably would. If it stops time to tell you what's been happening the last 10,000 years, I don't know.
Oh yeah, no,
I'd rather not know. I'd rather not know what happened for the last 10,000 years. Just show me the characters doing things. I'll either find stuff out as they do their thing, or I won't. So I like Gene Wolfe stories because he writes in real time. So when you're reading an action thing, it's happening in real time. He only fast forwards for either sex scenes or sleeping. The characters go to sleep, and then the next chapter is the next morning when they wake up. So if you read, let's say you read for 30 minutes, 30 minutes has happened in the story.
Oh, I see what you mean. There's no time dilation.
Nope. Like he'll write a big old novel, right? Big old novel, and maybe 4 days happens. Maybe 3 days happens in the book.
Okay.
A lot can happen in 3 days.
It's one-to-one, Shoner. The true one-to-one time.
I want to find that page where that rule is mentioned in D&D because it's wrong. It's got a typo in there that these guys are all following, and I don't know which book it's in.
Their whole religion was based on a typo.
It says like,
is it?
It's one of those word problems like Mary has 12 apples, Sally has 14 apples. How many apples does Jill have? Or how many oranges does Ralph have? The last thing mentioned in their time scale is wrong. Like it'll say 1 second equals 1 second. 1 minute equals 1 minute. But then it says 1 hour equals 8 days. What? I was like, what? The chart is wrong.
I can't find it right now. I wanted to look at it in real time, but
so I don't know if it was actual photocopy from a book or from a PDF.
Is it from 5e or?
Oh no, this would have been from the 70s, early 80s.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Whenever the one-to-one thing was briefly mentioned, hinted at, briefly, for just 1/2 of a paragraph.
Allured, yeah.
On some obscure page in the book that no one would ever look at. Near a chart somewhere. As an optional rule. And
has to be done.
When I saw it on someone's YouTube video, they did a flash of the little chart, the time 1-to-1 scale chart.
Wow.
And I don't know if they had typed that in with PowerPoint and they were doing a PowerPoint presentation of it, or if it was actually copied out of a PDF file somewhere. But it was wrong. The math at it. I wish I could find that because I want to do a video. I want to do a 4-hour-long video of just ranting about 1-to-1, how the rules are wrong to begin with.
Yeah. The time thing in games is like a whole nother topic, but I really like the way you put it, like striving to things should happen as much as like in real time, like the turns, the way you use in your books.
Just as you're trying to role play 100% of the time in the game, you're trying to do real time actions 100% of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, the closest you'll get is maybe 85%.
Yeah, but that's
for both of them. That's better than what most people can do.
Exactly. That's just striving for excellence, Like, of course, you're not gonna get excellence most of the time, but striving for that. That is the nobility of.
When you start a brand new game, obviously it's going to be slow paced at first because stuff's being made up on the fly.
Yeah.
And oftentimes the characters haven't met each other yet. So they're trying to figure out a way that makes sense for all the player characters to meet up in one place. And then you regurgitate what just happened because you're in character doing dialogue with the other players, talking about what happened last week with your character or where you're from. You're new in town. I've never seen you before. You have those kinds of talks. You want that to happen in real time. You don't want it to slow down the game, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes the player gets asked, where are you from? And the player's like, because they haven't thought about where their character's from.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of be thinking that while it's someone else. If someone's asked where they're from, that's when the other players immediately start imagining where their players are from, where their characters are from. So when they're asked,
Space Roadie said that it's on the page 37 or so in the AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide. They want one time.
Which edition, though?
Space Roadie. Which edition? I don't have the PDF, so otherwise I'm checking. But I'd like to. I'll be looking forward on you talking about 1-to-1 first edition.
Page 37. I'll try looking it up. It better be there.
You are on the, what do you call it? You're gonna put him against the wall.
No, I looked through that book and I could not find it. I have the 3 books for Wenny.
You have the physical copy, right? Because you bought it back then. Yeah. Your
Barnes and Noble.
Your DM.
Barnes and Noble. Yeah, Barnes and Noble was selling the hardcovers of D&D First Edition, and it was selling the hardcovers of Skyrim. The books from Skyrim, so I bought those.
Look at that.
Did you read all the books yet in Skyrim? There's like thousands of books.
I remember that at one point I was like, you know what? I'm gonna sit down and game, and I started reading some of them. There were some actually that I enjoyed. I remember there was this one about the fertility between different species, different races. Like, there's a high chance of the kid being born. This is all written in lore. It's like there's a scholar in Skyrim like studying. I thought that was like interesting because that does not come up in the game. So reading that was like, oh, okay. I'd like to see it in game though, but all right.
Oh, maybe it's not a chart then. Maybe it's just a paragraph of 1-to-1. Maybe someone converted that into a chart and they converted it wrong.
And then that one was used as reference, and that could be.
Yeah, that one gets pasted on Twitter everywhere. Hey, this is the 1-to-1
what
stuff.
Do you call it? Is it Chinese phone, that game? The game, like, you like whisper something in someone's ear, then they pass forward. What's that called? You know the game?
I know what you're talking about, but yeah, by the time it gets to the original person, it's a totally different story.
Yeah, that's what happened.
But the books I have from Skyrim, it's three volumes. It's Men, Mare, and Histories. The histories.
Mm.
So it's divided up in 3 categories. So you have the history of Tamriel, and then you have the races of Tamriel, and then you have man.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing it's written from the point of, since it's Skyrim, it's written from the point of view of Nords. Their view of things. So the elves have their own book. The Nords have their own book.
That's neat. That's neat.
And then there's the history, like which eras happened, who was emperor, who was this, who was that, up until now. And then ESO has its own hardcover book too. But
that's cool. I didn't know there were like real world copies that they published that.
Yeah, each one's about 200 pages, I think, so they can fit all the books into each of the volumes.
Yeah, because
most of the books are only average of 6 pages.
Yeah,
8 pages.
that's the big ones. That's the big ones.
So you can fit a book on like a page in the hardcover.
Yeah,
A page of text would fit in their book. So it doesn't seem like, oh, I have to read all these books. No, it's just page.
yeah.
It's just one side of piece of paper. Most of these books,
yeah.
unless it's
But it's kind of cool that the books are there in the first place, because that could be hand waved in Skyrim.
yeah, and they're books that
But
were used in also Morrowind and Oblivion.
Yeah. So that's okay. There's some effort in here, unnecessary
And
but cool.
Morrowind has a book on Skyrim, so that's how I learned about Skyrim is playing Morrowind.
Oh yeah, they used to talk the land of the Nords, but the lore was different though.
Yeah, it changes.
Flying whales. That's so cool. I would love if Skyrim had that, the flying whales and stuff. Such a cool concept.
Modders will add lore to the game.
Yeah, no, they fix. But the flying whales is a cool concept. I'm happy whenever I see it. Sky whales. Little child in me is like, look.
What video game has sky whales in it?
Oh man, that's a good question. I can't
Was it-
remember. I'm sure there are, but
Does Starfield have a planet with flying whales?
I don't think they do. I don't think Starfield has like 3 different creatures. I think that's it.
There's a video game, or it might be Star Citizen. Anyway, there's a planet you go to, and there's flying whales.
There's
They
like
go real
No
slow.
No Man's Sky. They have some like flying Leviathan creatures, but they're not really whales.
Everything.
Yeah, but
they have
like
every goofy
whale.
gonzo creature.
I really remember
these are whales.
when the game launched.
I want to say they're whales that fly, and then there's cities on the backs of the whales.
I've seen that somewhere, but
I don't know what video game it is.
Death Stranding has flying whales.
Now that's a game I've watched out of context, not knowing what the heck's going on.
I think even with context, you won't understand much.
Is there dialogue in that game?
Yeah. I never played myself, but there is a story. Like you have the cutscenes and like, but it's an interesting concept. Like death and life, like these dimensions ended up merging together. Like, and you have like this other dimensional creatures that eat people, and when someone dies or they get eaten, they explode. It's basically a nuke every time. So that's why America and pretty much the rest of the world has giant craters. But the only way you can see these entities are with like the baby thing. But then you have some people like are born with some mutations. They can sense it, or some people, very few people can actually see the creatures. And you play the courier guy who is trying, taking resources one side of the country to the other. It's really like it's
sort of it's memory, like or you have amnesia.
I think you have. I think the character knows what he is and who he is. You as a player don't. You discover in the cutscenes, but I don't think he has amnesia.
In BioShock, I think it's another game where you just don't know who you are.
In BioShock, doesn't matter. Oh no, yeah, but that's part of the story, right? That you have been brainwashed. Spoilers, I guess, for like a game from 2003.
Like you have a tattoo of chains around your wrists because you're like a slave or something.
Yeah.
But then your plane crashes. I don't remember if you're going there on purpose or you just happen to crash near the place.
We also don't. It's been a while. It's been a long while. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amnesia. It's an easy way to make a character in a game because the player doesn't know anything. So yeah, Your character also does it. Like, it's a easy way to make the what ludo narrative, uh, merge with each other. You don't have that dissonance.
One of my favorite things to do is to start a roleplay session where I don't know the setting and I don't know what my character is yet.
Or just riff off it. Yeah, I think was it last stream with Mr. Max? You talked about maybe we should start doing that. One day out of the week, we're just gonna enter on a call. We're just gonna play. Just gonna role play, just to stretch the muscles. I think that's a good way to exercise role playing.
Yeah, each player gives just an inch that another player then builds from. Because I don't know if I'm going to be human or not. Or I don't know where I'm at. I'm not born yet. I don't even know. I'm in a black void. Action.
Yeah.
Now, people hate that. They don't want to roleplay that kind of stuff. And then they'll watch my videos and they say, this guy's retarded. He's not even saying what his characters do, because they're watching it out of context.
Yeah.
What's this even about? He doesn't know what he's supposed to do. Well, I'm not a thing yet.
I'm not real. I didn't think, therefore I'm not.
Yeah. But I did a really cool session with Rick, but he never posted on the internet. You see, now what I do, I record, so I always have a copy.
Okay.
Because I want to put that on the internet one day.
What was it? Like, what's the jig?
Let's see, what was that one? That one, my character, I guess my character was having a dream. on board a ship or in a hospital, I can't remember what. And he grabs a knife and he cuts his wrists. And that's to see if it's a dream. To see if it's a dream or not, or if he wakes up from it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was waking up in a hospital, and then I looked at my hand to see if it was gashed. I can't remember now. This was like a year ago. And then my character pulls. We were doing the 4D stuff before you guys were calling it 4D. We were doing 4D.
Yeah.
So I grab a gun and I shoot myself. I shoot myself in the mouth.
I don't want to be alive.
Because that's like Inception. They would do these like kicks to wake themselves up, like they fall into a tub of ice water.
Yeah.
And then they're not sure still if they're awake or asleep still. So they have another kick they do to wake up from that. Like they're submerged in a van, sinking
layers,
in water.
Yeah.
So I was doing that kind of thing with Rick.
Uh-huh.
It was kind of cool. About 30-minute session I did. I wish it was recorded.
That sounds cool. Yeah, I think we should start doing that.
At the end of that is my actual character. And he's got his memories. He knows who he is.
That's the prelude.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you roll dice when you did that? Did you use any mechanics whatsoever?
No.
It's just riffing off, right? It's just a roleplay exercise.
I didn't have a character. Didn't have any skills, but I think it was a malfunction with the cryosleep. So I was dreaming while in cryosleep. And if I woke up and my wrist was slashed, it was like, how did that happen while you're in cryosleep?
Yeah.
So then you get into the time warp wormhole,
parallel dimensions, yeah.
The time dilation loop, maybe a flaw with the hyperspace drive or whatever. Somehow I was able to cut my wrist and bleed out while frozen. It was like, you're there on the ship, but you weren't there. You were still somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because when the jump happened,
realities,
some supernatural time displacement thing. Anyway, we were just goofing off practicing. And then that's when he recorded, he uploaded the other half. where I was just on a ship waking up. And I don't know who I was. I don't know if I was on a spaceship or not. All I know is I was waking up from cryosleep. That's all I knew. So I was kind of like feeling around the ship. And I had the IV drip thing I was holding on to.
Yeah.
Going down. And I was still wearing the white.
The gown, right?
Yeah, I was wearing that. Going down hallways, feeling I couldn't see yet. My eyes were still frozen from the cryogen.
Hello, anyone there?
Yeah, basically the guy from 28 Days Later.
Yeah.
Out of the hospital. And then I eventually started getting my memories. I knew the ship now. I knew the floor plan, where things were. I had a robot maintenance droid thing on the ship. And when I got to the cockpit and I was steering the ship.
Still on your gown?
Huh? No.
Still butt naked?
No. I think I got my suit on, and I found the pistol. I always have a pistol next to me in the cockpit. I don't know why, but that character always has to have a pistol.
Good practice.
In case he sees something he's not meant to see outside the ship, he has to blow his brains out. Because usually they want you to steer the. I think they wanted me to steer the plane into a star.
Like anyway, a suicide mission.
They were trying to get me to kill me and the rest of the crew. I don't remember. But that was another practice session for like 20 minutes. But I like it. Just starting out, it's kind of slow. I mean, it might be unwatchable.
Yeah.
Because for 10 minutes, I don't know what my character even is yet.
Yeah.
And he would narrate things very minimalistically, and I would pick up on it. Oh, that's obviously the button to open the door to go out into the common area. So now there's a common area. And I was making up the whole ship. He was just reacting to what I would say.
Yeah, okay.
Like I find a TV remote, I turn on the TV in the kitchen, and he would tell me what's on the television, and I'd start getting some bearings about, oh, okay, I know that planet. That planet is at war with such and such. So we're just making up stuff.
Yeah.
But some people, they want to, and the whole point of this was, how do you role play without asking the GM questions?
Okay. I
think that was what we were after. Plus, and then I always want to add another thing to something. I want to practice saying I instead of he or she.
Oh, okay.
So I was trying to get out of this. For years I was role playing in third person. I thought, you know what? I see Rick playing in first person. I can do first person. I need to practice first person. So I always have to make it more difficult. I always add another layer of difficulty when I do practice sessions. It's like, okay, we're going to learn how to talk using I statements. But on top of that, we don't have characters. We don't have a setting.
No, but I think it's a good way to practice, because then you don't have to make some room in your brain for the mechanics. You're just focusing on that. It's a good way to practice. Because you're practicing just one thing for a period of time. Yeah. That's, artists, they want to learn how to draw hands. They don't draw a full body. They just draw hands.
That's
for
right.
a while. Yeah.
I have a journal. It's full of hands.
Yeah, because that's why I'm trying to get better.
Faces. Yeah. All of my hands are left hand because I'm looking at my own hand.
Yeah.
I drew pictures of my hand holding Rubik's Cubes. So I have a lot of Rubik's Cube hand holding drawing. Anyway. So I don't know, the practice, I think when I do practice sessions for the new 4D players showing up, we don't do dice. We just role play. We just say where we're at and what we're doing. I want players to learn that first. Because they might not care for Mongoose Traveler 2nd Edition. They might have a game mechanic already in mind that they want to use for their own games. I'll let them figure out how to do that. But in the meantime, I want them to just be able to say when it's their turn in real time where they're at and what they're doing. And after a few rounds, we go round robin, and after a few rounds of that, the players just know the vibe. They know the not so much the drill, but they're in sync. So the characters just know when it's their turn to talk. And they say just a little bit. You got 30 seconds to say your piece. And if it's 3 players, guess what? It's going to be your turn in a minute and a half. It's going to be your turn again. So everything, it runs in real time, I think. No one's asking questions. No one's wasting time asking the GM questions that are obvious. Would my character be able to just say what you're doing?
Yeah.
There's an issue with that with a lot of players because they say, well, if you just say what you're doing, then you're cheating.
What?
Yeah, like I jump from the Empire State Building and land on the street below, unharmed.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Or
I'm so in the loop with the the 4D that I did not even conceive that you could do that, like, or that you would do that.
I jump from one rooftop on one building to the next rooftop of another building.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it could be the rooftops could be 50, 60 feet apart, and the player just says, "Oh, I just jumped from one rooftop to another." You can't really do that, even with die rolls.
Exactly. No, that's common sense, man.
Ivan Mike, 68. He had an issue with players saying what they're doing because he automatically jumps to this is Mr. Max was talking about driftwood.
Yeah.
I'm looking for driftwood. I find driftwood. I pick up some driftwood I found on the beach. Ivan Mike would say, "Oh, so you conveniently find the exact length, width, size, weight, strength of a stick that you need for this, for prying open some door in a cabin somewhere. You just happen to find the exact thing you needed." Basically, he's trying not to say crowbar.
Yeah.
I don't mind if a player says, "Oh, I find this crowbar." Some disused crowbar has been laying on the ground rusting for decades. Oh. Yeah, or they just pull a crowbar out of the back of their truck.
But what even is the problem of finding the perfect piece of wood?
The players are worried that their GMs are worried that players are going to cheat. They're going to win the game.
Yeah, but that's like you're playing with bad players. If that's your worry. The problem is not the player. The problem is you.
Just, their foundation is completely different.
Yeah, the foundation, exactly. It's like the trust thing, man. It's like, why do you even want to play with someone you don't trust? But let's say you're playing the traditional way, like.
Well, that's why their goal is to just have fun. As long as they just had fun, then it was done right. In their book.
So they don't have fun if the player has fun by winning the game?
No, the lowest common denominator with these games is, as long as everyone has fun. Because no one's doing anything they're supposed to be doing. But as long as they're having fun, I guess they're doing okay.
Yeah, that's the end-all.
I can't handle that mentality. That's, I don't know when that showed up. When did divorced moms begin showing up in the droves? Fatherless families. When did that begin happening? That's when the kids.
I want to say 2012.
Yeah, I can't remember when exactly. The millennial No, the millennials were already in their 20s, but the Gen Z types.
Yeah.
No father. Every kid gets a trophy for doing nothing. Every kid gets a gold star. Every kid is told they're special. They got no
You're
grades.
good.
They don't know how to read. They don't know how to do math. They don't know how to write. But yet they're in college. What? They just got
Yes.
promoted every year. When I was a kid, if you can read, guess what? You get to take first grade over again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, so public schools are way different now because they don't teach anything. They're just indoctrination schools. But
Yeah.
but yeah, the whole thing about having fun comes from that.
Mm. But it's
Everyone
kind
gets
of
an
a
award.
fallacy. If you just want to have fun, there are better ways to have fun than playing D&D. Yeah.
I thought you were going to tell me something profound. No,
No,
you're just stating the obvious.
Like, what I don't like about the having, like, if you want to play just to have fun, you do you, man. Like, be happy. Like, it's fine. What I don't like is criticizing what we do with the idea that you should just be having fun, because it makes no sense. Like, okay,
Yeah,
if the important,
why don't you guys just play for fun? Why are you guys trying to like be better than us?
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, if the important part is having fun, then the rest of the world doesn't matter, because if you are playing your way and you're having fun, you should be content. You should not be bothered by anything else in the hobby.
Yeah. And for decades, I was saying, you guys are in the 99%. You should be happy. You're in the majority. What's your world falls apart just because one person is role playing?
Yeah. And then like, oh, my problem is that you claim to be doing the real role play where I'm not. But if you're having fun, then why do you care if that's what we claim or not? If you're having fun.
That's the little cellar that they go running into when you ask them questions. Well, as long as everyone's having fun, that's their final argument. Because they don't have anything to stand on. They don't know what role play is. They don't know how to role play. And they'll say, well, anyway, as long as we're all having fun. That's how they end their argument. The debate.
Yeah, it's the closing call,
And they all go run and hide in their little crevices. I see it all the time. Since '98, I've been seeing this.
I have fun being character. So my argument is also valid. I get my kick out of being character.
Yeah. For me, it's a challenge. Challenge accepted.
Yeah. It's
something
it's
new,
just
something
satisfying. New. It is fulfilling being
There's
character
enjoyment
for 3 hours. Yeah.
There's fun, I suppose, to create.
Exactly. It's engaging to see things spiral out, like life creates itself kind of a way,
And you have a,
because I do one
story.
thing.
You have a cool
story.
Yeah,
you end up with a cool story.
The session. And you felt like you were really there.
Exactly. Not only that, like, it's like, I feel like nowadays it's easier to have more agency in a RPG session than in real life. I have more agency in the RPG than in real life, because I can truly do anything, like without fear of repercussion.
You're doing what the ads on the backs of the rule book said. You're only limited by your own imagination.
Exactly.
No one looks at the back of the book.
And that's the thing also why I can't stomach doing the solo play, because I need other people. Like, I want to interact with other characters.
Okay,
I need to interact with other
I've only
characters.
seen one human on Earth role play in a solo game.
But like, how do you do like?
Do you
Isn't it
know
like
who
a
I'm
bit of
talking about?
schizophrenia? It's like playing with dolls at that point, right? They're like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you. No, you killed my father.
I guess the main thing is what solo system you're using. Some of them are good, some of them
Yeah.
are pretty bad.
Look, I think the idea is interesting in a narrative way. I think you can have a really cool narrative session, but I don't think you can really roleplay in a solo game.
I mean, you could
You can
solo.
sure have a narrative experience, like a storytelling experience to yourself, but you cannot be your character. Like you cannot dedicate yourself to fully trying to become the character.
Yeah, that's true. Because the minute you're fully your character, guess what? The
You have to go out.
Oracle or the GM emulator says that you
Yeah.
encounter these 3 NPCs in the hallway. They're blocking your way to the president's office. Now you got to role play what the G-men are saying to your character who hasn't gone through the metal detector yet.
Exactly. It can be a good tool for like not world building, but like if you're writing a book, I guess. Like I think you can take a lot of out of doing a solo play.
Yeah, you can do journaling with that kind of stuff.
Which is like,
some role
I think
play.
it's a cool. I think it's a cool thing, like journaling, like as an artist project. I think that's awesome. I'd love to like, if I ever gonna do a solo play, I'd like make a journal, like make drawings on it. It would be like a way to like, it's an art project. That's how I would do it.
Like Stephen King, when he writes his books, he comes up with these interesting characters and then he puts them in action. He says, okay, now go. And then the characters encounter each other and then he imagines what they're saying and doing together and he writes his book.
Yeah.
As it's happening. So he's basically, you've seen GMs talking to themselves because they have like 3 NPCs in their head having a conversation in front of the players, which you don't want to do in front of players.
Yeah.
Players don't want to see 3 of your characters talking to each other.
Yeah.
It's kind of boring.
No, it is boring. That's
but
why
if
I
you're
try to
writing
limit.
a book, you need to do that if you're writing a book.
Yeah,
though.
that's all you do when you write a book. You're having like this schizoid conversation with yourself.
But if a GM's talking with 3 different NPCs, having a conversation or an argument, the players might as well just be sitting. Yeah, the players may as well not be playing a game and just be sitting at the table while the guy's writing a book. Talking to himself.
Once again, the last game I played with the Primal game, initially they had 3 NPCs with them. And I'm very glad that at the first 10 minutes, 1 died, because then I could just focus on 2. I was thinking, man, like I'm really gonna have to be 3 people, and I want them to be realistic. Like they're not gonna just be standing there; they're gonna talk with, So I was happy that 1 died.
I do cameos with an NPC. I'll do a cameo, like they show up briefly and then they're gone. Like the stewardess on the plane. When the plane crashes, she escapes with the hero on a jungle island, something like that. She's with him for a bit, or she dies. She died in the crash.
Yeah, special guest, just one for 1 shot.
She was refilling his thing of wine or whatever, and then the plane crashed. She gets blown out. The hatch comes off, and she gets sucked out.
Yeah. Never to be found again.
Because I'll think ahead. Is this NPC going to be needed, or should I come up with something else on the fly? Something I don't want to do. I don't want to do cliche stuff or things I've done in the past. I don't want to do a rehash of that. I want to try
because you want to try new things.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's the fun.
Or in one game session, the girl, she was the hotel receptionist in the lobby, and the players. This was a traveler game, the far future. And for whatever reason, the city was being bombarded. There's a war going on. The guys were escaping in their spaceship. They asked if she would come along for some reason. She doesn't know them. And
you guys would to like molest
come
me.
with us. Come with us if you want to live, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And she did the up and down. She looked at the characters and just kind of went and just sized them up on the spot. You know, looking at their social standing, if these guys are degenerates or
their aura, their karma.
Yeah, and she decided, no thanks. And she went into the back room where it says employees only.
Yeah.
Gets on the phone and starts calling the police. The guys are here. They're in the hotel lobby. You know, she thinks they're terrorists, not heroes. But she could have, depending on what her intelligence was and what her motivations were, she could have said, take me with you. And then she would be one of the crew on their ship.
Yeah.
I wasn't really thinking of playing as a character on the ship, though. We had 6 players already.
Yeah, then they in the background, you know, the janitor, you know, just scrubbing the floor. You forget they exist until they come about. Where's Pedro? Yeah. You know, the janitor is there.
But the whole thing with having the fun part, I don't know. But when I mentioned there's a guy who can role play by himself, that would be, the guy. What's his name? You've seen him 1,000 times.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's a little bit younger than me. He's got the shaved sides of his head. He's got hair on the top. He's got glasses. He does voices. He's a voice actor. Oh, what's his name? Me, Myself, and Die.
Have I seen him? Me, Myself.
So it's Me, Myself, and Die. With a die. He has a D20 die.
I think I've seen him before. He has a website. Okay.
Anyway, he ran. He's on YouTube, and he ran the Blade Runner RPG.
Oh, okay.
His players did an amazing job.
Okay.
Yeah, Me, Myself, and Die.
So he role plays. He's a role player.
He's a GM, yeah. But he also does solo games. And they're really good.
It's like what Space Roadie said there. Like watching a solo play, like I don't know, man. It's like I said, like, do you really want to watch
if they're not role playing? Yeah, if it's the joy of role playing, if it's that guy, I can't watch it because it's all out of character talk. Let's see. It says that I meet someone interesting, so I would have to refer to this book on page 49. There's an encounter.
Yeah, he's like
chart.
A walkthrough. It's a walkthrough. He's explaining his day.
And you're just watching the guy go through the motions of rolling dice, checking the numbers, going in the book, seeing what the book says in the reaction table, then rolling to see what my next quest will be.
I'd be more interested in reading the journal. Like if someone is journaling, I'd be more interested in watching.
The Journal of American Medicine Association.
Yeah. It's like, because the dude is going to format it in a way that is more entertaining to, in a journal. But the video like that, like, nah, man, I don't want that.
They get a lot of views from lonely people who have no friends, no videos on their channel.
Someone eating like mac and cheese alone,
Gosh, I felt like I was there with you. Really?
United in solitude. Yeah. Bonded by loneliness.
Gosh, I remember when I used to role play, when I had times to role play by myself. Gosh, who are these people? None of them role play, I bet.
I mean, if I have the chance, maybe I'd like to give the chance, the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, Mr. Glass, who's looking for the sole survivor. You ever see Unbreakable
The
with Bruce
is that
Willis?
yeah, huh?
Mr. Glass, he's causing
Mr. Glass, yeah,
disasters. He's killing people just to find someone
the one
who's
guy, yeah.
unbreakable.
Which is like anyway. Oh, come on, yeah, go ahead. What if like the guy's superpower was breathing underwater, like him, like seeing if the guy can survive a bullet is not the best way. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's what my video YouTube channel is for, is just to find role players.
Yeah, you are Mr. Glass.
Once
Mr.
in a
Shomer.
while, once in a blue moon, 1 out of 100 videos goes viral. So people get to see it in their recommended list. And they say, well, who the hell is this guy? Who's this old fart talking about? He's not even talking about D&D. What does he know? He's not a D&D player.
Yeah.
But if they hang in there and they watch one more video or two, they go, oh, okay, so this weirdo's talking about something totally different. I have words to say to him. And then we argue with each other. And then we either part ways or we see eye to eye. Maybe they're just doing it different. We say 4D, I say the hard way, whatever. Some people say something else.
You know, at the beginning when the 4D started, it was like, man, we cannot have two names. You have to have one. And I was already attached to the hard way. But I guess 4D it is then. Everybody's using it. Even Shoner is using it.
I'm glad you guys came up with it.
You
guys need to make your own thing, right? Even I think Rick is writing a book.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know what it'll be called.
The Joys of 4D.
I was writing a sequel to my book for runners, people that run games, but I don't have enough material to really make a book.
I see what you mean. Because your first book is already like...
Yeah, it already explains what the runner does. Maybe I need to maybe add a chapter in that book for what the runner specifically would do before starting a game.
I think I was talking with Zonolar about this. I think even today, in a 4D game as a GM, you should not prep. I don't think prep is the right word. You should practice, because what you need, like, you need to like practice describing places and things, but like that's not prep really. Like, you're not like, okay, they're gonna find this orc, that's not what you want to do. You want to practice how to describe the orc. You want to practice how to describe the mansion. Like, if you practice that, you don't need to prep, because you're just trying to build this mental library of words and expressions to when it comes, you can do it more effectively.
And where the 3D came from that I use is the players see themselves in a mindscape in a 3D space. So players know if they're above someone or below someone or to the right or to the left or in front of or behind. So the players all know where their characters are in a room, in a castle, in a dungeon, in a spaceship. And they're saying how they're moving around the ship. So the players even have an idea of where they're going to or where they're going to be on their next turn. And people are moving at the speed of, I don't know, like real-time speed. No one's warping themselves or spawning themselves to the next room or the next scene. If someone's in the engine room, maybe it's going to take them 5 minutes before they get to the bridge.
Yeah.
So for a few turns, that person's not on the bridge. It's not like, oh, we're all on the bridge now. What do you guys do? Because the GM loves to just warp everyone to the same location. Which is dumb, because in Star Trek, they're not all on the bridge.
Yeah.
But D&D players, they got this idea, well, you don't split the party. Everyone's
You're gonna
connected
die.
to.
You're gonna be picked off one by one. Yeah.
I
You know
have no
what?
problem.
That's just
I,
because like it's too much work on the GM. You know, he has to take care of two things now. That's part of it, which is dumb.
well, the GM has lousy players, so he has to, he has to herd them around.
Yeah, you know, like the thing some parents do with their kids. They have the leash,
Yeah,
the leash.
yeah.
Like
Oh
they're like
yeah.
a dog. Yeah.
Were you ever? You're that age. Were you ever on one of those?
I'm not that age, but
No, you're from that era. When you were a kid,
what? I'm
late
almost
80s,
30.
late 80s is when that started.
No, I never. Nah, man.
Well, in California, maybe where you live,
Nah.
maybe in California, the end of the 80s was literal end of the 80s. It was horrific. Anyway, so the 80s were awesome, and then the 90s sucked. Totally sucked. But at least in California. Around that time, you go at the mall or anywhere.
You see like moms with.
You'd see like a 3-year-old kid on a leash.
That's absurd. That's like a pet monkey, you know, like. You know, people who have pet monkeys, they have like leashes. It's the exact same model. People who walk their pet monkeys. It's the exact same leash.
Yeah.
Might be the same product.
Anyway, those kids are not old enough to be in charge of everything, so it's scary. They are in charge of everything.
Why did we even get there? Oh yeah, because splitting the party. Yeah, that's why. Because your players are dumb. I used to think that players were dumb, and the players are a bit dumb, but that's because when you're not role playing, it's easy to really not understand what's going on. If you're not in character all the time, you get lost. You forget the sword you just picked up.
Yeah, imagine if you're not in character and you're not a mini on a board game either.
There's no visual reference. So like, what's
no wonder every player is asking on their turn, where am I? What am I doing? What can I do? What do you want to do? Well, I want to do this. I want to do blah, blah, blah. And the GM says, well, you're not even in that same room. You're somewhere else.
I go there. So my guy will go there.
Yeah. Last I knew, you were still in the bog. Are you still in the bog? Or you want to come into the tavern? Or you stay in the bog? Did you follow? We assumed you followed everybody because normally you just say, I go with those guys when it's your turn.
Yeah.
I just go where they go. But now all of a sudden you're not with them? What? Guess who doesn't get asked back to the game? You're supposed to just be quiet and roll dice when told to.
You speak when spoken to.
And have fun.
Yeah, don't forget having fun. But yeah, man, it's just a simple thing, being character, but it makes such a big difference. It's like water to wine.
Yeah, but it's simple to you now, right? 2 years ago, was it simple for you?
I know that was not even like in my realm of consciousness. Yeah, it's like, you know, like in Lovecraft, like they cannot even comprehend what they're looking at. You know, it was alien. I could never imagine like, well, yeah, let's play a session where it's only in character. Like that would never. And it's such a simple idea, but that would never come to me. And now I don't want to play any other way. You got me hooked. Addicted.
Yeah, when you role play in 4D, yeah, you can't go back. You have to find new friends, start a whole new life.
Like get a new name, you know. Yeah. Like
change your identity.
I didn't talk with anyone that I used to play since.
Yeah,
because I know, I mean, this guy, he's not going to get it. Like, I don't, because if I show him like my game, he's gonna be like, "Hey, man, that's cool. Like, can I join?" I'm like, I don't want to tell you that you cannot join me because I still like you as a person. Yeah. I just don't want to play with you.
Yeah, nowadays I say to people, you're going to have to make a whole new set of friends if you do this. And they're
Yeah,
willing to
it's
make
true.
that sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
go
the
in,
Matrix, you know. Do you want
go
a blue
into
pill or do you want the red pill?
yeah, they go into the witness protection program almost.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Like
mean, you
the
can
only
keep your
games
old
I've been
friends.
playing.
You can keep your old friends and try to play
Yeah,
the old way.
man, but that's like living a fake life, you know. I don't know. I
Would
couldn't.
that be posture? What do they call it? Poser? What do they call that?
Imposter syndrome.
Imposter
Imposter.
syndrome. With
Yeah,
imposter
because imposter
syndrome.
syndrome is about you feeling like you don't belong, right? Like that
Like
you are not what you are say you
you
are.
you were hired as a brain surgeon, but you're not even a doctor, and now you have to do brain
Yeah.
surgery.
No, I think you are a doctor, but you don't feel like you are a good one. That's what is the
Or
imposter syndrome.
best of the best.
Yeah,
Well, I can
I'm
install
average.
Microsoft Windows on a computer, but I don't know how to program computers.
Yeah, so like I don't know if I'm a real, you know, programmer. I don't know if I'm a real. Yeah, that's the imposter syndrome.
Or sure, I can drive a car with a manual stick, and then you only know how to drive automatic cars.
Yeah, it's a more personal thing.
I remember telling that to somebody. This girl says to me, "You drive," and I don't drive a stick. And she's like looking at me like, "Sean Driscoll, how old are you? You don't know how to drive a stick?" I don't like sticks. I like automatic.
I just want to drive. I don't want to think.
And she's like, come on. I'll show you how real quick. So we get in her truck. She shows me how to drive a manual stick truck, like a Toyota or something.
Uh-huh.
And I learned. She would say, okay, and then clutch, and then shift, and then gas, and then I drove like a mile or two doing the manual thing. And I never ground it. I never did that. I never did that with her car. And when we got to her place or my place, I forget where, I got out of the car and I said, thank you. And she's like, now you can drive a stick. I'm like, no, thank you. That was once is enough. I just want to point the car in the direction I want to go and press the gas pedal. That's easy peasy.
Yeah. But, are you excited about self-driving cars then?
Yeah, I've seen
in a perfect world. In a perfect world, like they're not gonna crash. They're not gonna.
I've seen the ones they have in China. Those are pretty cool. They're taxis. They got taxis.
Okay.
They don't use what's it call it? Uber in China. The cars just drive themselves.
That's neat.
So the car pulls up. You take a picture of the car, it comes up to you, and you type in your little passcode on the door thing, and it opens, and you go in. You on the back seat, and there's a little iPad thing you touch. You tell where you want to go, and it starts driving. And you can be doing other things in the car while it's just driving down the freeway.
You can sleep.
Yeah. And you can get out. If you can tell it, okay, let's stop here. Stop at this place, because you have a map. Like a Google Maps thing. You just click on places you want to go to, and the car will figure out how to get there. That's pretty cool.
It is.
For people that don't have a car or can't get a car. And you don't have to deal with a taxi driver.
How was your day, sir?
The taxi driver that takes the longer way to get there.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they make money.
And then I don't know. It's just, and the cars are all the same, so you can't really say, oh, this car is better than this car. I prefer this kind of. They're all the same car. Like with Uber, you can rate the driver, or if the car was smelled bad, or if it was nice and roomy, or if they were on time. No, these cars, they follow each other practically. They're driving around looking for people because everyone in China needs to be somewhere.
Yeah.
At some point, when it becomes real popular, there might not be enough taxis for everyone. That's going to be a problem. As people level up and they got the app
Yeah.
on their phone and they have the coinage to pay for it, they're going to have to make more roads and more taxis.
Excellent.
No one's buying cars in China. What are you going to do? You live in a box. When you live in China, you live in a box.
Yeah.
Self-storage container, basically. There's no room for your car. Those are the people that are getting phones now that need rides. So it's weird. It's like, pick me up at the self-storage. Drop me off to the self-storage.
Yeah, that's
It's
very
a little habitat.
cyberpunky.
Yeah, you lay on your back and stare at the ceiling, which is your TV. And then you can fall asleep if you want. But you're in a warehouse, which is in a warehouse, which is in a warehouse. So to get anywhere, you need a car.
Yeah.
You're in an industrial park complex. Now, in Minority Report, the cars came up to your penthouse, which I thought was cool.
I don't remember. I have to rewatch the movie.
Yeah, there's a ramp, and the cars would go up an elevator and drop you off to the floor of your building.
Ah, that's neat.
The car would go on the outside of the building and just go up.
I remember buildings being like stupidly tall in that movie.
It was
like piercing clouds.
Okay, that's a movie where you don't know what's happening and you're not learning what's happening from the character's actions. And someone says, well, actually, you have to read the book to understand the film. One of those kind of movies.
Minority Report?
Yeah.
Isn't pretty clear, like, oh yeah, they see the future.
Yeah, they kind of like, okay, you watched an hour and a half of this movie. Now we have to summarize what you just saw, what you were watching for the last 90 minutes, and we have to like wrap it up for the climax of the film, so you understand what's even what the point of this movie was, so you understand what the conflict was in the film. Like, remember that guy? You saw him in the beginning of the movie. Well, he's now in the conflict at the end of the movie. And okay, but people still don't get it because there's too many stupid. I don't know if that was a Kubrick movie. Was that a Stanley? No, was that Spielberg who made that movie? I don't remember who made the movie. Maybe it was Spielberg. But he adds all these little stupid side quest things that you don't care about.
Side quests?
He did that with AI. Did you see AI?
I remember AI. Again, I was very young. It's been a while, but I remember AI. I remember there's like some weird stuff in it.
That was another movie. The audience was like going, what? What? The movie was just too long, and it was trying to do 2 or 3 stories in one film.
Exactly. I don't like that. It's just clearly it doesn't fit in a movie format. That as a book, you can have like 5 things happening, but in a book you need to be more straightforward. Especially back then, like on VHS, like you didn't have that much space on a VHS, so you had to use your time wisely.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I do one-shots, I don't really do campaigns. Because the campaign can change, at least in my games. I'll introduce some stuff that now makes the game it might change the theme or the tone of the game.
Yeah. Campaign. I never really played a campaign. Is it a game that goes on for 3 sessions, a campaign? I wouldn't say it is.
I don't know. The D&D people talk about it as in years.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to be doing a
I don't
5-year
know.
campaign.
Like,
We're going to be playing D&D second
I cannot
edition.
imagine that. Like, how I'm gonna plan this 5-year commitment? Like, I cannot imagine that.
Just show up at some guy's house every Friday and roll dice.
For
That's
5 years.
That's your input.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
going to start at level 1, and you get to level up. If you live, you get to level up. That's what keeps the players coming back. Is am I going to level up in this
gold.
game session?
The XP.
Are we using XP? Are we using gold as XP or just XP as XP? That's the first question. Because then you can buy your XP.
Yeah.
You know, buy your XP and then convert to XP
Yeah,
to level up.
I guess the logic they're going with is that you're having access to people and things that can help you like train more. I think that's the logic behind that, was at least the gold as XP.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that way too.
But I don't like it much though. It's too video gamey. I associate it like those beaten up games, you know. It's like your final
one?
score. Any beat 'em up, like they have your final score. Like, oh, you've collected, you get a chicken, it's 10 points. You kill a guy, is like 100 points, and you just want to get the highest score. That's what it
Yeah,
feels
high
like.
score. High score games.
Which I never care for that. Like, but I don't care for the points. I just want to fight the guys and get to the end, you know.
I would usually play until the game didn't get any harder. And at some point, you're just grinding, trying to get the high score. Like you've already got to the hard part of the game, and now it's just you just got to stand there at the video arcade for another hour.
Like there is no mastery to be developed anymore, you know. Then yeah, you can drop it off. Because I used to like paintball, and I liked getting good at it, you know, like. But that was like trying to master the art of the paintball, but the Windows XP paintball.
You tried to tilt the machine without getting a tilt error.
No, I'm talking about the Windows XP.
What?
Yeah, you remember?
I'm thinking you found a place that has pinball machines.
No, you're talking about the real thing. 60s? I'm talking about the
real thing on XP, Windows XP. There's a pinball machine in there.
You don't remember? There was like there was Solitaire.
There was Solitaire and Minesweep. Minesweep. There was Spider something. There was Hearts. I never played any of those.
No, but paintball is kind of neat though. It's the best virtual paintball I've ever played in my life. Was that one?
Really?
Yeah. The new ones, they try to be fancy. Like, nah, just be simple, man. It's not very hard to mess up on a paintball game, but people do it somehow. You know, it's just like just code the little thing, man. Have a course, that's it.
Yeah, well, on the real machines, sometimes you have to push really hard on that button
because
they're worn out.
Because it's like, yeah, exactly.
Or there's Slurpees spilled on the thing, and so the buttons are sticky.
Bubble down below the thing.
Yeah, for 10 cents, you got 3 balls, I think, to start with, and then you always try to hit the thing in the middle so you can get an extra ball.
Yeah.
And then I've heard I don't want the extra ball in the game, so now you got these 2 balls you're trying to keep going, and
yeah.
And then you get confused and they both go down. Oh man. That was your free ball and you wasted it.
There is mastery to be had there, so I get why you would keep playing for years and years, but I don't know, man. I never
you played the arcade, the real arcade thing. You played and you'd have a bunch of chicks hanging around you thinking you were cool.
Was that a thing?
That was a thing. Now imagine this.
Could you really get some action through pinball?
Yes. Now imagine this. Imagine this part. All the chicks were hot. They were skinny. No tattoos. No face piercings of any kind. long hair. Can you imagine a place?
You're gonna start touring. You're touring up, Shutter. Are you okay?
This California babes. That was a thing in the 60s and 70s.
I remember through. I only seen it through the movies.
Man,
you had to be there.
yeah, third wave feminism came through and just wiped everything out. So those girls are body shamed now for looking beautiful. It's the complete opposite of what it should be. So when that disappeared, so did the pinball. The pinball machines disappeared when that culture disappeared.
the babes. It's not the pinball economy, the babes.
Well, they started putting in the 80s, they started putting their dimes. Instead of putting the dimes in the pinball, they were buying drugs.
Sorry, the drugs. Ruining it.
You could buy,
even though you've never used it, they are the main reason your life was ruined, right? It's just through proxy. Drugs ruining your life. Oh man, you're a user now.
You could buy drugs for a dime. You know, little Ziploc bag, cocaine, whatever, for a dime. That was okay. This is I don't know what it's like now. They say there's a drug now. If you take it once, you're addicted instantly.
Oh, there's a plenty of those actually. There are many
you
like that.
Just 1 or 2 grains of it is enough to addict you.
Yeah,
which is crazy. When I was a kid, you had to sniff.
You had to put some
100
some
bags.
work into. Back in my day, if you really want to get addicted, you had to put some work in it.
But usually, what happens is the prettiest girl gets hit. She gets hit up first by the drug dealer, the pimp.
She gets predated,
and within a year, she looks horrific. She's lived on the street. She's lost some teeth. Trashy, and
she looks like 50 while she's 30.
Yeah, in just a year. Yeah, half the girls in my high school are like that. I mean, it came through and just wiped out everyone. I mean, I'd see the stuff on television. Don't do drugs. They would show what happens to you if you did drugs, and
like, this is your brain on drugs.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's all I need to know. And some people, they're like, a challenge accepted. It's like, didn't you watch the thing? Oh,
it's
that's
like
not
Darwin Awards. It's Darwin Awards level of you know, brain cognitive power.
I mean, the girls. None of the girls were smart. They were just beautiful, is all. So.
Okay, here's the thing, man. Like
the first guy they meet who says, "Oh, I love you. Here, have some drugs."
I was going to say that, like, that happens with guys too, but women are much more easily swayed by a guy they find attractive.
Yeah.
Or they,
or they like the bad guy, the bad boys.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If a guy is like good looking or like charming to a specific girl, he can convince her to do anything.
Yeah.
Because they like, want to appease the guy. So
like Whitney Houston. She got old on me. But anyway, she marries that brown guy, Bobby Brown.
Bobby Brown.
Is that his name?
I know the name, but I'm not connecting the face. Yeah. Bobby Brown.
She marries him. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? The guy's just drugged. He's 420, 24/7. Anyway, she marries him. Sure enough, a year later, she's on drugs.
I mean, what else is gonna happen?
Like, why? That's what happens. The pretty girl always goes with the bad apple.
With the bad boy. Yeah.
You know, they have
Yeah,
this
but that's
excuse
a
like,
real phenomenon.
oh, he has to take marijuana, otherwise his nerves are out of whack. He's not himself if he's not doing his cocaine. Oh, he needs the heroin. It keeps him he it keeps him balanced. He's like super intelligent when he's using heroin. Oh, LSD. He needs the LSD. You know, don't judge him. He's more creative when he's on LSD. It's like every time she would tell me another story, she's worse than I last saw her.
Yeah,
I'm talking
like
about.
she has
I'm
new
talking
like
about girlfriends that hang out with drug addicts.
yeah, shows up with like clearly like marks of beating marks.
Yeah. Oh, he has to beat me because otherwise he won't love me.
He only does it because he cares. He gets jealous because he really likes me.
Yep. This was the 90s. I hated the 90s.
He's going to change. He promised.
Oh yeah. He went to rehab twice, 3 times.
He's going again. Yeah, that's the world we live in.
Yep.
Depressing stuff, man. That's why one of the points I like playing games, man. I want to be a drug addict in game where like after it's done. Like yeah, none of this is real, you know. People say that there's some studies that people like mystery movies or books because they get this sense of relief of understanding the world. Because at the end of the book or the movie, the mystery is revealed, so it tricks your brain into thinking that like things make more sense. It's the same thing when you watch a movie and the bad guy, gets his comeuppance at the end. You have this feeling of karma, justice is being done because you don't have that in the real world. It's kind of like that in RPG, Everybody die in the game, but like, oh yeah, no, I'm still alive. I can still eat something. There's a bit of that maybe. Because after the session is done.
You mean after the session's done, the players can go on their merry way?
Yeah, even if it was the most horrific things happen to the PCs, like that's fine because good thing it's not me,
Yeah. Glad it wasn't
and
me.
you got to explore like what maybe would be like to be there.
Yeah.
And you have a cool story. You can get inspired to write a book after,
That's true.
It's very artistic in nature.
What do you think about people that, I guess, they get immersed into D&D so that when there's no game running, the GM or DM is still in the game?
What do you mean?
Like their whole life, their whole day is spent being absorbed with D&D.
Oh, no, that's obsession.
The campaign.
That's obsession.
They're fixated on their NPCs and what's going to
happen.
They're writing,
they're writing plot hooks for future games. Yeah, that's unhealthy obsession, man. Like you should,
I mean, I knew some people, in seventh grade. In seventh grade, I knew people like that, but they would say, "You want to hear about my latest campaign?" I would say nope.
No,
really during lunch, they want to tell you all about it. Let me tell you about the adventures my characters are. No. I don't really think of it as an obsession or a fixation with them. I just thought of it as, you're a nerd. Get away from me.
You other people gonna think I'm like you, even though I am. Nah, man. I went to I went to a public school when I was young, and I'm like middle class. So most of my classmates were like below me on the social scale, let's say. And so I never had I was like very off the grid. I was this strange kid.
What does that mean?
So that mean like they were like they would never get D&D or like RPGs. Like, well, like what? You know, just
So you're the one who was like a Renaissance kid, and the other kids were just, I don't know, throwing rocks at each other or something.
kind of like that. That's how it felt like. Yeah, like
They would dare
I
each
could
other to.
tell that I was like smarter than the other kids. I'm not saying this like even looking back, I could tell that like, and I felt that that was strange. Like, because I remember talking to the other kids and like feeling like, why they don't get this? You know, like why am I the only one who like understands what's happening? It was strange. That stopped it after like I got older. I guess that like I matured a bit faster than the other kids in that early stage of life.
Well,
But it
eventually
was
you meet
strange.
somebody who's at your level.
Yeah.
When I went to college, that's when I met people at my level. In high school, it was just Ken and Barbie all the time. It was like, you know,
You feel out of
there's
place.
no one
Yeah.
cares. No one cares about the meaning of life unless they're doing LSD. Then they want to talk about the meaning of life.
Yeah. That's what I'm referring to. Like, they don't find like you cannot have a conversation about something like philosophical. Let's say I'm not even trying to be like pretentious here. It's like, oh, I want to talk about. No, I'm just like, sometimes you're like, man, like whales, they're interesting animals. You just want to talk about whales like for 10 minutes. Like that
Yeah.
would not happen.
No, they want to talk about maybe sports, soccer, football, whatever.
Yeah.
The World Cup. They
Yeah.
show up to school with the jerseys on. And none of them are athletic at all. It's like, why?
Yeah, so
It'd be like
it took
people
me a while
wearing
to find
Star
my
Trek,
people.
people wearing Star Trek costumes, and they've never watched Star Trek. It'd
What's
be
even
something
with
like
that?
that. I heard Star Trek's cool, so I should probably look like a geek and wear a Star Trek outfit on my YouTube channel, even though I've never watched Star Trek.
Oh yeah, no, but that's a nowadays thing, right? Because now like the geek
the geek
is
culture.
it's an aesthetic. It's like a target audience. It's it's a market.
Yeah.
That's it. What
Yeah.
it is. Nerd culture is a market.
Yeah, geek is IP now.
And then then you have people like, I saw the D&D thing on TV, on Stranger Thing. I want to do the D&D. And then like 6 months in, they're like, oh man, I D&D is my whole personality. How that happened?
Have you seen my 4-hour rant on YouTube about Stranger Things D&D?
I haven't. Do you have one?
It's on there somewhere.
I have to look on the archive then.
It would be
on the
like
dusty shelves.
5 or 6 years ago. Long time ago. But it was just actors following a script. And the script writers said, oh, here's a scene. You guys are playing D&D together. This is what you guys say to each other. Yeah. And it's written like early 80s D&D gaming. Now, those players
they were
don't
kids
know.
Too in the first season. Like they were like little kids, like what, 10, 12?
They look like they were in junior high school. Yeah, 10, 11, 12, 13 maybe. They didn't know how to play the game. They were acting as characters who knew how to play the game. Knew how to play the game wrong. They're just having fun.
Yeah. Which again, that's what kids do.
The D&D guys, Hasbro would get these actors onto their YouTube channel to play some D&D. They were the worst D&D players in the world. Maybe you saw that video. They're terrible. Because they're just actors, role-playing characters playing poor D&D game sessions. It's kind of an Inception thing they were doing.
Yeah.
But to have them in real life, playing in a D&D game, they don't know the rules. They
probably don't want to be there,
Yeah, they were obligated to do it. I guess in their contract, you have to do this for a couple hours. It's for charity. Just make it look
it's
fun.
for a good cause.
This was like 3 or 4 years ago they did this on YouTube. It was
I
painful to
remember it.
watch. And
It is. Oh man, this whole like, let's get some celebrities to play in D&D. Like, look how geeky your favorite celebs are. Like, come on, man. I cannot believe you people can get marketed so easily. Like, how do you not see they're really trying to market? Like, that's it. Yeah. Have you ever watched like there are like some old TV shows like meant for like early teenage girls, like, oh, girls having fun, and like, look, they buy the new jeans. Like, I remember thinking back in the day, like, how can someone watch this? How do you not see that they're really trying to like, get into your brain? Try to be like, hello, fellow kids. It's the same thing with the celebrities play D&D.
yeah, product endorsements.
Yeah, it's only that. I'm not saying like all of them, because I believe some might actually like enjoy the thing. Of course, like, you cannot generalize, but overall, like, these celebrities playing in these thing is pretty dumb. Is it
Vin
Dan
Diesel,
Harmon? Yeah, Vin
that
Diesel
Vin
you play?
Diesel guy, he said on his YouTube channel that he played D&D. So that all of a
He's a big
sudden
fan.
made him world famous. All the geeks in the world loved him overnight.
Yeah, the journalist, notorious actor Vin
And it's like,
Diesel is a big fan.
oh, okay, yay, one of our movie stars is a D&D player. That means D&D is for real. It's like
Yeah,
serious stuff now.
he's one of us. Look, he's just like me.
And he could have been acting. He could have been saying he's played it a few times.
Yeah. It's the same thing with the Star Wars actors nowadays. I always loved Star Wars, and like, they don't know anything about Star Wars.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan.
Like,
never watched the movies.
Never meet your heroes. Like, if you go to the sci-fi convention, do not meet your heroes. Do not talk to Sigourney Weaver. Do not talk to
You're gonna get very disappointed.
Linda Hamilton. Don't talk to Arnold Schwarzenegger. You don't meet your heroes. They're not the same people you think of them as what you watch Arnold 24/7 on VHS or Laserdisc or whatever, Betamax. You've memorized all of his lines from Terminator. Don't meet him in real life. He's moved on since then. That was 40 years ago. Or Star Trek. Don't meet your heroes from Star Trek. Unless they're Scotty. When he was alive, he was pretty cool. But the rest of them, don't meet them.
Yeah.
I was at a Comic-Con. Not a Comic-Con. I was at this... Where was I? San Diego Sci-Fi Convention? This was in the 80s, I guess.
Okay.
And I was one of those guys that, I don't know, somehow I got talked into volunteering to help out as security. The guy with the walkie.
Okay.
He's heading up the steps. So you're doing crowd control with the fire escapes and emergency exits. Anyway, so I'm back there. I'm backstage in the dark, feeling around. Because I just came in from the parking lot. It's blinding white light, and then noontime. Then I go into this dark theater, can't see squat, waiting for my eyes to adjust. And standing next to me is Scotty from Star Trek.
Yeah.
And I said, what did I say to him? Something like, I guess he was backstage waiting for his name to be called. I said something to him in Star Trek terms. I forget what it was. Like,
you're doing the nerdy
or maybe
routine.
I said, "Great Scott," something like that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm on the radio. People are announcing that is he ready? I'm like, yeah, he's ready. He's ready. And then you hear the audience on the other side of the curtain. The audience is like cheering, applauding. And I said, I guess that's for you. And then I met him again somewhere else. And then I met him again somewhere else. And he remembered me. So that was cool.
Oh, that's nice.
He was selling pagers in the 90s.
Oh,
back before phones, there was pagers.
Yeah, the pager, right? Yeah, the pager. Yeah.
So he was in Las Vegas at a consumer electronics show. I was there, and he was there. And I said, "Great Scott." I think that's how you remember me. You again. But the rest of them from Star Trek, I don't talk to them. I mean, they have their own. They're not the same people. They're more what do they call it? They're not as extrovert.
Yeah,
They're introverts.
I don't know, this whole
They keep to
culture of
themselves.
like idolizing of idols pretty much is like overall stupid. You know, like,
See-
you can enjoy the show, the movie, but like don't get attached to the guy.
Yeah, I remember in Hollywood, we would do the Hollywood stars, get the map of the Hollywood stars, and you drive around and look at the house where they used to live, not where they currently live, but
Yeah.
oh, this is where Marilyn Monroe lived, or this is where Marlon Brando still lives here, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, is he in the yard?
Yeah.
You don't know if the maps are right. You know, somebody on a street corner selling you maps, you know. Are they legit? This is before the internet.
Yeah.
That was a thing. Stalking celebrities' homes, waiting for them to come outside to get their newspaper. Walk their dog.
Yeah, man. Idolizing people, they're people at the end of the day. They just happen to look cool on TV, you know, but they're still a person.
Yeah, I remember, what was it? Celebrities would bring their computers to the store I worked at, and I'd fix their computers for them when they were in town. One of the celebrities was Ike Turner.
Like Turner.
He was married to Tina Turner. Or not,
Oh,
he
okay.
was, at that time, he was divorced from her. This was in the 90s. He was in town singing at different casinos. His computer broke. His 386 broke. Needed a new hard drive, or had a virus. We had to take the virus off his computer. But that was neat. Got to see him. And people always say, why didn't you ask for his autograph? That's the other thing. People always say, why didn't you get his autograph? He's just this guy. He's just a customer.
Oh, exactly. If you're like a cooler celebrity, maybe.
I guess I talk to celebrities like they're just themselves. Like,
Yeah.
or like George Harrison. Was it? George Harrison was best friends with the guy I worked with again at another computer store. And for whatever reason, I went to the guy's house. I was putting new RAM or something in his computer. He didn't fix computers at the store. He was more like the accountant.
Okay.
He was the same age as George Harrison. He sang in a band in India. And George Harrison knew my coworker from that Indian band in the 60s and 70s. I forget the name of the guy, but that's where George Harrison went to learn how to do the sitar.
Okay.
And he used it in his music in the 70s when he was doing the Hare Krishna stuff. And so I'm at my friend's house, or my coworker's house. And I go in, I got my computer tools. I walk into the living room. My coworker's in the kitchen. He's doing not hamburgers. They're vegan. So what were they doing? They were probably making some Indian food. Yeah. And this is during a World Cup. So that was on the big TV in the living room. I'm pulling a computer from underneath the desk and unplugging all the cables and stuff, and I'm opening it up. And I hear this. Let's see if I can do it right. I hear a voice behind me. Some guy sitting on a sofa, and he says, "So you're a computer guy?" And I turned around, and I see George Harrison sitting there. And then I turn this way, and I say in the kitchen, "There's a beetle in your living room." He laughed. So I put the memory in the computer and I left. And I remember my sister or somebody or my mom saying, "Why didn't you get his autograph? That was George Harrison. Why didn't you? I was just there, just doing an upgrade. He bought the memory. He wanted me to install it for him after work, so I came by. That was George Harrison. This was like 2 years before he got stabbed, or no, yeah, around the time he got stabbed by some crazy lady. But he's just a regular guy. He said to me, "How long have you been doing the computer stuff?" And I said, "All my life." I think I said it like that too. All my entire life. I think I said to him, "How old are you?" And I said, "Okay." So I did a little math in my head. So you were, you would have been 35 when I started doing computers, something like that. And then I left. He was too busy watching the World Cup. I didn't want to bother him. He's watching the World Cup.
You know what? He might have actually remembered you until the last moment because you were like acted like a real human being around him, not like a crazy person.
Yeah. I mean, if I was ever in a Beatles film, I'd be the straight guy in the background somewhere who keeps it all together. Instead of everyone else in the movies screaming and losing their minds.
You're the straight man, You're the straight man.
When they see the Beatles. I think I got It's a Hard Day's Night, something like that on DVD. There's no plot. It's just the Beatles just being the Beatles and the girls just being the girls for 2 hours. Lots of screaming, lots of singing. They're singing it's basically
music video.
It's a long music video, yeah. With goofy stuff in between.
Yeah.
No plot.
It's
then
like
Elvis would do it. Yeah, Elvis would do it. Dean Martin would do it. All the, the Monkees would do it. I don't know if Mick Jagger was in a movie. Were the Rolling Stones ever in a movie with girls screaming and yelling?
I think it was like a fad to do those kind of movies. Oh yeah, you have a band, you're famous. Let's do you guys do something, sing and girls yell.
The other bands didn't have the whole Beatlemania like the Beatles did. That's around the time when, John Lennon said, "Oh, the Beatles are more popular than Jesus Christ." That got him in so much trouble when he said that.
For a bit too high too close to the sun, but
he wasn't saying that they're a bigger religion than Jesus. He was just saying they're more popular.
Which, to be fair, secular things tend to be more popular than spiritual. Yeah. There was no malice, maybe, in what he said. But yeah, it's not you gotta think before you say things.
But then,
gotta be mindful.
I remember let's see, I was in a hospital for 3 weeks, and that's when John Lennon was shot. I was like,
why were you in the hospital?
I can't say, but there was I was on the drip. I was on the morphine drip, so I didn't know if this was for real or for what.
Oh, okay. You had a vision.
None of the nurses or none of the candy stripers or nurses were in a panic or when it happened, so I thought I dreamed it. Because, you would think that all the girls in the world would be crying if John Lennon was shot in real life.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was in a coma for most of it, so I don't know what what it was like outside the hospital as far as what people in the streets were doing. Or if anyone even knew who John Lennon was. Because he was 40.
Everybody forgets about it.
Well, when he was shot, New Wave was just starting up. Thompson Twins, Thomas Dolby, Tears for Fears, Flock of Seagulls, Pat Benatar, I could go on with new wave music. Devo, Depeche Mode, my favorite. So that was where that was going. The punk rock was on its way out. Disco was on its way out. And something called the Bugles would make a song called Radio Killed the... Was it movies? Was it? Video Killed the Radio Star.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the beginning of New Wave. I was... What is it? I was going to go to college, and I thought, this is the best time to be alive.
I'm living at the peak of humankind.
In college, all the college radio stations would play new wave music. I didn't have to bring a Sony Walkman with me to listen to the radio. I could hear it just walking around the school.
Good music everywhere.
Yep. I thought this is the best it's ever going to be. This is when you're young and dumb, you don't know things. Yeah, when you're young and dumb, you don't know something called decades, and each decade has its own culture, its own theme, tone, setting, mood. You don't realize this, so you don't know. 8 years from now, this will all be gone. it'll get replaced by rave music, alternative stuff. What do they call it? The 90s was full of Nirvana type music and Stone Temple Pilots and grunge. Yeah, grunge would replace new wave in a heartbeat, like instantly, right at the 11th hour, the 11th day.
Yeah.
It's like timing. Oh, the radio's changed to a new format. But where's my B-52s? Where's my Cure? Where's my Smiths? Where's, all this overnight, all the radio stations switched over to grunge.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this? It's like REM, but worse. What is this?
What is this?
Yeah, it's like, where's my Talking Heads? The 90s sucked. So it was all, Concrete Blonde, Nothing But the Blonde. What's it? There's only one group I liked. It's a rave group. It's the only one I liked. It was Lords of Acid. That's the only group I liked.
Lords of Acid. Oh yeah. I'm awful with music, by the way. I know three music, 3 songs. That's it. But I'm not. I don't listen to music. I don't know why.
Well, you don't have to because it's plugged in now.
What do you mean?
It's all digital.
Oh.
Let's see if I can find.
No, I mean, generally, I don't listen to music.
Okay,
listening to music is not something I do in my life.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get past this commercial here. I'm going to share my screen.
Do it.
Yep, just the picture alone. No audio. I don't want to get banned from YouTube again.
Oh yeah, forgot we live.
Where's the page? Or this one? Present, share, Lords of Acid. Go back. Share. Okay. This video.
Okay.
Or that album. That's the CD cover. Just the 2 Devil Girls alone. The CD's called Voodoo You. All the tracks are amazing. This is 1995, I think. Anyway,
Out comes the evil.
let's see here. Is it doing full screen?
It is.
Okay, good.
It's in theater mode, actually.
Theater mode. Let's make it bigger.
If you press F, it goes full screen.
Bonk. I can do that.
Yeah.
So, what I mean is, when I was younger, if you wanted to listen to music, you had to turn on the radio or buy the CD or record. But now everyone has a phone, and it's just there.
I see.
Like every song ever made is on YouTube.
The palm of your hands. Yeah.
So you don't have to like, oh, I need to go to Tower Records and buy some new records or whatever.
Like this whole like on the spot thing is very useful, of course, but it kills the magic of things. Kills the magic of movies. Kills the magic of books a little.
I like books if they're in big print. Otherwise, I have to read with my writing glasses.
yeah.
My 2 or 4 times reading spectacles.
But yeah, it kills the magic a little. Everything being so ready on, you can just Google it,
Yeah, I refuse to watch movies off of Google or streamed. I'd rather see them in a better format somewhere with better sound and maybe with director's cut or commentary. Because I don't think the streams have the commentary at all.
Yeah.
From the director or from the actors.
I don't even know how you can do that nowadays unless you like buy physical media.
But I won't go to a theater anymore either because where I live, it's all weirdos. You go outside, it's all weirdos. People are feral outdoors.
Yeah.
You can't have, unless you're in a institute somewhere, you can't really have a conversation with somebody at your level talking about interesting things. An institute would be like some sort of a museum, maybe people with worldly knowledge that have traveled the world. They're not tourists, but there's somebody. They happen to be at the museum and they know something about art. You could talk to those people. But the minute you step out of the museum, it's just feral general public.
Ghouls.
They're just at the park to I don't know, live the day under trees in the shade because it's so hot outside. That's their excuse for being there. They don't have any interest in any of what the buildings are at the park.
Yeah,
or maybe they're homeless.
I told you that before.
I think they're homeless now, and they live in their truck, and they only go to the museum to use the bathroom. But there's usually a sign saying you have to have a ticket to use the public bathroom or whatever.
They find a way. They find a loophole.
They find a bush.
And whenever you describe the place you live in, I told you that before, but I just imagine Fallout every time. That's my mental image. Every time you describe something, like, yeah.
Where I live, it's Fallout.
It's Mad Max.
But like an hour from where I live is the beach, and it's just worse. All the homeless people live on the beach. It's not scenic. The scenic drive does not exist anymore. I used to be a scenic driver. I would love to drive, San Diego, Los Angeles, back and forth. Maybe go to Pismo Beach or something on the 101. That was cool stuff. Scenic drives. You get to drive past where the SpaceX rocket ships take off from.
That's neat.
Vandenberg Air Force Base, I think it's called. But he's moving his SpaceX out of California. He wants to get out. He's
Smart move.
moving his space rockets to Texas. Some
People are gonna
place called
squat the space
some pla-
rocket.
out in the middle of nowhere in Texas. Some place called Giga City.
Giga.
I'm afraid to Google Giga City.
Yeah. Giga City?
It's a made-up town for people that work for Musk to live. You work
Okay.
where you
It's
live
like
where you work.
Fardland. You know, Henry Ford, he bought land here in Brazil, up in the north. It's literally called Fardland. He wanted to extract the
rubber.
rubber. Yeah, but it was a total disaster because of like this one beetle. Because he planted the trees thinking, man, I'm gonna, the trees are gonna grow, but then this one specific beetle from the region like would destroy the thing. So it's just a ghost town today. It's a tourist spot. It's a ghost town. There's like nobody there. There's like village.
Yeah, there's silver mines
the
around
thing.
here that are abandoned. They're not even tourist places. They're just abandoned mines you can go in, get yourself killed.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, if you return, consider yourself a tourist.
They're basically just caves, man-made caves.
Yeah.
But you don't want to go in one because it's probably full of drug addicts.
I was gonna say, see, man, that's Fallout. I'm telling you. You walk in, that's like Fallout 1 or 2, whatever, You have the isometric view. Just.
Yeah, I just played Fallout 3, which is in Washington, D.C. So I wish there was a decent California Fallout game.
Cool. You would not be able to tell the difference from modern day.
I probably told you that I didn't like what happened with Blade Runner 2049, right?
Oh yeah, it got too real.
What they did to San Diego. San Diego is just a dump. Tijuana is just a dump. That's where you trash all your crap AI robots that don't or can't be upgraded anymore. The whole entire city of San Diego is just metal scrapyard with toxic.
Oh yeah.
Toxic stuff coming out.
That's why they have like the kids working, right?
It was near the end of the movie where he flies out there with his girlfriend, the virtual girlfriend.
Yeah.
And he gets shot at. He gets hit by an EMP, and he
crashes.
Yeah,
that's it. He finds the place where the kids work, like rummaging through the trash to find good things.
I want to say he had a memory of finding a wooden horse or something.
Yeah. So he was like trying to trace it back to the place he had the memory.
I saw that movie just once, so I don't remember the whole thing.
Yeah, I really liked the movie though.
And I didn't like what they did to Las Vegas. It was just desolate, abandoned.
It's a wasteland. Yeah, that's Fallout. That is Fallout. It's like radioactive.
And Harrison Ford is the only person living there. Like, what does he eat?
Okay, that part is kind of dumb. They just want to have a cameo of the guy, Even Danny Trejo is in Danny Trejo shows up in that movie. It's just a big callback to the first movie.
I don't remember him.
Danny Trejo, he is in like this asylum for old people, and he's doing the horse origami thing. When because Kay is trying to track the Harrison Ford, I forgot his character's name, and he meets Danny Trejo. The fun part is Danny Trejo, like, he already looked old in the first movie, so he looks like the same guy because he has so many scars on his face. No, I mean, he has like strong facial features, right? Like many acne scars, like, so.
Yeah,
doesn't change much.
Him and that machete. Him and that machete guy. They have the same kind of face.
Is it the same guy? What are you talking about?
Might be.
It's the same guy.
Look him up.
Man, it's the same person. Danny Trejo is Machete.
Well, then who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the guy who played Jaff in Blade Runner.
That's Danny Trejo.
He's not Machete.
It's the same guy.
No, it's not.
It is. I'm telling you.
Well, they
Danny
look the
Trejo.
same. I say they look the same.
No, it is the same person.
No, it's not. Do I have to go on internet and movie database?
Nah, man. Wait, he is in the Blade Runner thing, isn't he? It is him. He does the origami, right?
Hang on. Machete. What's his name? Okay, there's the Danny guy that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then
It's like
there
Mexican
is...
dude.
Yeah, and then there is the other guy.
It's not the same guy?
Let me look it up. Blade Runner.
Man, I remember recognizing him.
The other guy I'm thinking of is Edward James Olmos.
Oh, it's not the same guy. You're true. Yeah, no, but man, they look the same. I think Danny Trejo played this guy as a like aged man in the second movie though.
Maybe. It's possible. So I don't remember the
No, but this guy is
2049
like
movie.
No, this Edward guy, he is the same archetype as Danny Trejo though. Like he like looks like vaguely Mexican, like acne scarred face.
No, he plays Gaff. He plays Gaff in 2049. The same guy from both movies.
Yeah, he plays this, but he looks like the guy from KFC, Colonel Sanders.
I don't know. I just
Dude,
know.
I really thought it was Danny Trejo because he looks a lot like Danny Trejo there.
Yeah, if he has long hair, he looks the same with long hair.
Oh yeah, undistinguishable.
Now the Danny guy, I just know him from Machete.
Yeah, he does cameos like everywhere though. He just shows up, does something in a movie for like 30 seconds and leave. He's in a bunch of movies.
Yeah.
He's even in New Vegas. He does Raul, the ghoul. He's the voice actor.
Yeah, I had issues with that NPC.
Why? Hey, boss.
Well,
just calls you boss all the time. It's my back cracking boss.
When you save his life, he eventually goes to a shack, and I had trouble finding him. I kept going to the shack, and he's not there.
He was walking still.
I guess he was walking the whole way, real slow, taking forever to get there. And then I needed him to repair something. I guess he has to be your follower before he'll repair your stuff. I can't remember. Maybe I had a follower already.
I think you can pay. I don't remember. I had him as a companion for a while.
But he could fix.
His passive makes so that things break much slower, which is way better than the fixing itself. So you get more durable items. That's like worth.
But I got upset with that character around the time that I decided to just uninstall the game and not play it ever again. I hated Fallout New Vegas. Yeah. I don't like playing games where none of the characters like you.
What are you talking about?
None of the NPCs like you.
Raul likes you. Lily likes you. You know the Nightkin, the super mutant. She likes you.
Did I get that far?
Lily, she's in Jacobson Town or Jacob Town.
I didn't do that quest. I
Uh,
didn't feel like going that far into the game after.
yeah, I have
I
to
did it. I
climb the
did.
most.
I got pissed off at the Sierra Madre DLC.
Yeah, it's kind of neat though. I like it. It's awful to play in. It's awful to like dodge the bombs, the color
It's
thing, but
it's it's so scripted. Everything's so scripted.
yeah, no, it is. But the story is neat. I like the story. I play for the story, man. Like, just have fun. It was fun.
I want immersion. I want agency.
I would like to play a session where the premise is something similar to the Sierra Madre. Like you are locked in this place and like hell broke loose. I would like
Like an
to do a
escape room.
session like not necessarily escape room, just like survive. Maybe try to figure out what happened. Like we're just gonna 4D the whole thing, but like the idea of there's something toxic or like something that kills you slowly and just that tense scenario. People are like turning into cannibals. They want to survive. I think could be an interesting scenario to play in.
Just a one shot, right? Not a 5-year
Yeah.
campaign.
Nah. No, that's you cannot stretch that for at the end of the game you're either dead or alive at the end of the 3 hours.
I'm used to death in games, especially if your
They're
character
cool.
did what needed to be done and
Yeah.
they stayed true to their character.
They either walk away, against facing the sunset, or they die. There's no other option.
Marry the girl at the end,
Yeah.
live happily
Yeah.
ever after.
Yeah, there's no other option. Either walks into the sunset or you die. If you completed your mission, that's
Or
it.
the girl is just an imitation of your girlfriend who was murdered by the aliens that
Oh, she's
made
a
a clone
changeling.
of her.
Yeah.
She's not the same, but you
An
decide
imposter.
you're gonna spend the rest of your life with her anyway, even though she's not human.
She looks
Because
good.
your home world is gone, maybe, and you're just gonna live the rest of your. You're gonna spend
Like
the
John
rest of your days.
Carter.
I don't know. One day I'm gonna see that movie. When it came out, people didn't like it,
Yeah.
but compared to movies made now, it's actually good.
Doesn't Bruno Mars sing in that movie just because his name is Mars?
I don't know.
I think Bruno Mars like sings in that movie, or one of his songs is in it,
I just want to
which
see
is
it because
absurd. Just because his name is like this German makes no sense.
there's a lot of things wrong with that movie, but they did some good things. Like the actress who plays the Princess of Mars, she's amazing. Like
I never watched the movie.
when she's on screen, you're only focused on her.
Is that a marriage? I think that's the woman's married, not the characters though. Is it? Is it because she's pretty, or she's actually like?
She's
It
in
really
character.
is. Like I really believe it's the princess.
She's eye candy and she's in character.
Okay.
The guy that played John, he's not an actor.
It's like a rando.
He's just a rando guy, and he has no charisma.
He looks like generic Call of Duty guy, or like generic character in a video game.
Yeah.
Like male protagonist number 15.
He's like a guy that shows up on an episode of CSI.
Has a long hair. Not long, but you get what I'm saying. Flowing hair.
They did that on purpose. The guy who made the movie wanted to pick nobodies because he didn't want to pay money on the actors.
Fair.
They ended up spending a lot of money on the CG because everything else in the movie is CG.
Yeah, I mean, that was bound to happen. Like they either do CG or practical effects because they got aliens all about. Like 4-armed aliens everywhere. Everything has like 4 to 6 members.
But when I was younger, though, my girlfriends looked like the princess of Mars. I always tried to find women that were super attractive, and I knew I didn't have a chance with them.
That's very reasonable.
Because the minute they meet some guy who's rich, I'm gone. I'm out of there.
Oh, this actress, huh? She looks indigenous a bit, doesn't she?
I don't know what she is.
She's pretty.
She's exotic. She's Martian exotic.
Yeah. As far as I know, she might really be from Mars. Yeah.
I don't know what the story is. Maybe she's from Earth, kidnapped by Martians, and she kind of her
Like
race
lived her whole life
evolved.
there.
Because how does she exist on Mars?
Yeah,
Everyone
that's what I was gonna ask
everyone
you.
else
Like,
has 6 arms, and then here's this hot
green,
chick.
yellow, blue, and
Like where were her parents? Where are they from?
yeah,
Like she was raised
subspecies
as a
of
Martian?
humans.
I don't understand. It's like how did it? She looks human to me, and she's what?
She's Xena, the warrior princess.
I read some of the book and got bored because I just don't care for the writing. But it's a Civil War guy, and he meditates or does some sort of hocus pocus. He's got this amulet thing.
John Carter,
John Carter, from his grandfather, passed this thing on to him, and when he wears it, it teleports him to Mars or something.
Oh yeah, so there might be something like humans have been there due to aliens in the past or something. Because Mars, like they live like their world is very similar to Dark Sun, right? Like their world is dying, isn't something like that?
Probably.
Its glory days are long gone. Yeah.
It looks like a hellhole.
Yeah, like Mad Max. they are they are on the decline.
But their little spaceship things look brand new, like just made. Whereas in Star Wars, all the spaceships in Star Wars look old and used up.
Yeah, because they are like it's the old truck, you know. Like, the guy's been driving the same truck for forever.
But everything in John Carter looks pristine and brand new. So I wonder if they have like a
Alien tech.
They have the replicator that just makes stuff on the fly.
Oh, that would have solved like all their problems.
I'm sure there's a reason why the Princess of Mars is there, because John Carter's not the first person to go to Mars. So humans have been there doing something. Maybe she was left there as a baby and now she's all grown up. What does she eat? What does she eat on Mars to look hot?
Protein. I don't know what they eat. They probably eat eggs from like a creature with 6 arms.
I think that in real life, she would look like a homeless person wearing rags.
Yeah. You know what's another thing? I think she's not like super strong, right? Because it's the gravity that makes him strong there, right?
Yeah, he's different from everyone else because he's from Earth.
Yeah, but if she was born there or grew up there, she should not have the super strength because her body is already adjusted.
She would be all tall and skinny. And
yeah,
like
she looks like
her bones would be hollow.
But it's kind of neat, that thing that he's super strong there because of the difference in gravity. That's kind of neat.
And then he comes back to Earth, and then they ignore all the stuff he'd done on Mars. It's like, oh, he's back.
Just goes back to his own life.
He's back to Earth, back to the Civil War era.
Oh man, that would be. Imagine how would your mind be after that? Like, I was actually someone, I was actually doing something with my life, and then I have to come back and like, you know what? Your old job is here waiting for you. The grind, Monday to Friday.
Well, it's like the time machine, from 1960. The guy has the time machine. He goes into the future. And instead of coming back to regular 1890 or wherever era he left from, he wants to live in the future where it's all Fallout 3 practically. And he wants to re-educate the human race.
He wants to save humanity.
Because they're just feral people. Savages. That would be
Yeah.
like, okay, if you went to the Planet of the Apes in 1968 and you saw what the humans were doing with the apes, would you want to revisit their Earth in the future to train the humans how to take over the Earth
Nah.
from the apes?
That's not a one-person effort.
Teach them how to talk and how to build rocket ships.
Yeah, that's something like, if you can go back in time, just go back in time and try to prevent it. It's much better than trying to fix problem.
Did you see the Planet of the Apes from 2000?
The one, is that the first
Tim Burton?
one? That's the.
It was the first Planet of the Apes in like 15 years, I guess.
Was it the one where the guy kissed the monkey lady?
Maybe
He kissed the monkey. I think it might
was
be
Mark Wahlberg or whatever, and he's the astronaut.
I think I've watched it. I don't really recall it.
Charlton Heston's in it, but he's like an old fart. He's an old fart ape.
Okay.
He has a cameo thing. He wasn't a human.
Yeah, they like doing that. No.
And
Hey,
then,
remember what?
But I just don't understand the ending of that movie.
How does it end again?
Okay, so we think he's on Earth in the future because that's how the other Planet of the Apes was about.
Yeah.
So he gets back. He gets back into his rocket ship, and he decides, I hate it here. I'm going to go back to my old Earth. So he goes back in time, goes back to Earth, and Abraham Lincoln.
Oh yeah.
Instead of the Lincoln Memorial being Lincoln, it's the ape. It's the ape that he was fighting with in the future.
It's Ape Lincoln. Yeah.
How did that happen? It was Tim Roth. How did Tim Roth get inside the? How did he become a statue at the end of the movie?
I think it's meant to be like a parallel reality. Like he messed up, the time continuum. That's how I interpreted that. Reality broke itself.
Maybe the past and the future merged together?
Yeah, or he went to a different reality where the original guys were apes, we were ape people all along.
So when he went into the future, there was a disturbance in the timeline. So now all of a sudden there's two timelines behind him. There's the one he came from, and there's the one where an alternate universe where it's always been apes.
I think that would be, always has been, yeah.
And then when he went back to the alternate universe.
That's how I see it.
Because he created an alternate universe when he went into the future.
Yeah, he's the one to blame. So it was me
always,
all along. That's what he said.
But then how did the guy he was fighting in the future end up as a statue in the past?
But isn't because all the monkeys look the same? Isn't it just like because they look similar?
No, the statue looked just like the guy that he was fighting. It may have even had the guy's name on the plaque instead of Lincoln's name.
Oh, so maybe the guy figured out the technology to make the rocket ship, and so he went earlier than him to become the God King, the God Monkey King.
That could have happened. Or he didn't go back in the past. He just went 20 years more into the future.
Oh yeah, But then why would they recreate by accident the exact same memory?
The apes
Kinda
recreated Earth
cyclical.
from scratch the way
Yeah.
they think this guy says Earth used to be.
Or
Yeah,
it
Washington.
means
There's a
like
place. Washington D.C. has the Potomac River and has the George Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial.
maybe Washington DC is a constant in every reality. Like time might repeat itself 100 times, and that's a constant. There's always going to be a Washington DC.
But I remember seeing that movie in the theater, and I was so disappointed.
Wasted my money, my time.
I didn't know this, but that was when Tim Burton was. That was the worst half of Tim Burton. He has his first half of his career and his second half of his career.
Yeah.
Like after Pee Wee Herman movies, he sort of started going down the crap. You know, after Batman and after Pee Wee Herman, his movies were crap.
Yeah, Batman, he did that.
Or was it The Night Before Christmas is good? But then there's another movie, something Curse.
Curse?
It was all puppets. It wasn't CG, it was just all puppets.
Are you talking about the Corpse Bride?
Yeah, the Corpse Bride. That was the beginning of the end for Tim Burton.
Yeah, I still like that movie though. I have fond memories of it.
Did you like Alice in Wonderland?
Nah, the film is kind of weird. Like the visuals, the visuals are neat, but like the movie makes no sense. You know what the movie feels like? It feels like talking to someone, coming up with a story on the spot.
It's supposed to be a fever dream. That's what.
So I guess
that's what the story is. LSD. You're supposed to be on LSD.
I don't know. The movie itself is weird. Even again, the visuals are kind of nice.
Okay, did you like Willy Wonka?
I like that movie, but I don't think it's because of the movie. I think it's because of I was happy when I first watched that movie, so I had this association of happier times.
It was a happier time.
Yeah. So I think that's just because the movie itself is like masterpiece now. It's like very run of the mill, you know.
So now that you're jaded, you don't like the movie?
No, I can still enjoy it, but I think I like it because I associate with better times. Because the movie itself is average. The movie is average. Fondly.
You like the smell of the theater that you saw it in?
Yeah, but the movie itself is very average.
Okay, what about Edward Scissorhands?
It's been a long time, but again, I remember I was very young and I remember that I really enjoyed it.
Oh, that's right.
I have not watched it.
If I go too far back with you, you don't exist.
He's talking about Alice by Tim Burton. Yeah. Yeah. So I could have watched. You know what movie I really liked when I was young? I really, really loved it. Was Tremors.
That was good.
I loved Tremors, man. I had like a toy car, and I'd running around like I would pretend that the worms were behind it. Like that was awesome.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Like the worms.
I think I saw that movie probably 4 times in the theater that month.
It was a good movie.
It was so cool. It was like original. It wasn't a franchise.
Yeah. It became one.
I don't think I saw the other ones, but that one was so cool. Yeah, it eats the car, and the car, you can hear this car stereo playing.
Yeah, no, the movie I loved. I like the second movie too, where they have the baby ones that walk, like little dinosaurs. I also thought it was cool.
Right. If you made a noise, they'd come at you or something, or if the infrared heat or something.
Yeah, the infrared, the baby one, the larva. They infrared you, so they have to cover them. They had to cover them with like themselves with like ice, I think.
Yeah, and the girl was hot.
I don't remember. I was young to notice that. I was too young. I have to rewatch it.
Yeah, the girl's hot. She's the scientist.
Jurassic Park. I loved Jurassic Park as well.
You did?
I mean, what boy doesn't like dinosaurs? So I loved the. I would watch it every time. Jurassic Park.
I don't know. Dinosaurs opening up doors. The guy comes out, or was it Samuel Jackson? He's like, there's like an arm. His arm shows up over someone's shoulder. Like the dinosaur like has the guy's arm in his mouth, and he just plops the arm on somebody.
Yeah,
that was contrived.
I mean,
that was.
I don't
mean,
like
jump scares.
I take that as a gag.
Jump scares.
That is a gag.
Jaws had a couple jump scares in it.
Yeah, it's I like it. I like it.
If it's done, like if it makes sense that there's a jump scare, but it's just out of the blue. Okay, if you want to go this route, let's see. What's a better movie than Jurassic Park?
A better movie than...
I don't know. Well, RoboCop came before that. Starship Troopers came after it.
Was it after?
Yeah.
Oh man, there's a lot of movies that I remember fondly, and some of them I know they're not good. I just like it because I was young when I watched it. Like I can measure that. That is the case with the Chocolate Factory, the Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory with Tim Burton's. I know it's not like a great, it's average, but like I said, I was young. Another movie that I really liked, man.
What movie has held up, do you think?
To this day?
That you saw as a kid that's still good?
Spider-Man 1 and 2.
Those are good. What about X-Men? They came out around the same year.
Oh yeah. I have to rewatch them, but I by memory, I don't think they hold up.
Yeah, I'd have to watch them too. I like the third one. They killed off Scott and they killed off Professor X.
Yeah, it's like what Hyper Rhythm said. Like X-Men is like schlocky. I don't know. It feels like it was made to sell a product. I don't know. It doesn't feel like there was heart in it. The characters are strange somehow. Like they got a character from the book, but they made him weird. It's like it feels like it's made by someone who doesn't know X-Men. Like, oh yeah, the Wolverine, right? Okay. Like, oh, what is this one? Ice powers. Okay, that's how it feels like. They got someone who doesn't understand the thing.
Yeah, or they don't have the CG technology to do the scene. That's why I was so glad that when they made Iron Man, they waited until 2008 to make the movie.
Oh, the first Iron Man is a good movie. First Iron, the one that is like a solid.
Yeah, that one I saw probably 8 times when it came out.
I like how we rewatch the same movie. I can't do that.
I'll watch the same movie twice in a day at a theater if they're still open.
Really? That's.
Oh, when's the next showing? Oh, the next showing's not until tomorrow at 10. Oh man. The last showing was at 11:30.
I'm trying to think. I know there are more movies that I really, really like, but I can't recall it right now. You know what movie I rewatched recently? I wouldn't say it's a great movie, but because there's nothing quite like it, Hellboy, the first Hellboy.
Yeah, that one's good.
Yeah, it's like fun. It's a super fun movie.
I have all the comic books and I got all the movies of that.
Did you like the Golden Army, the second movie? It doesn't hold
not
up
as much.
to this. Yeah, But you know what I think is the problem is because the first one was better. So we compare it because the film itself is not like it's enjoyable, the second one. But if you compare to the first, I don't know, it doesn't have the same.
Yeah, it's like Narnia. The first one's good, and then each one kind of gets
degrades as it goes. Yeah, I would like to
Same
read
with
the
the Mummy.
comics. Oh, the Mummy! I like the Mummy. Yes, that's another one. I love that one as a kid.
The girl was hot.
The Mummy was. Yeah, I remember because I rewatched it recently. But that was a good movie.
Like, what happened to her? She's in 2 Mummy movies and then gone.
She disappeared. Yeah,
I
they
hate when
do
they
that
disappear.
sometimes.
Bond girls will do that. They show up in a Bond movie and they're gone.
Pirates of the Caribbean. I still think is perfect to this day. It's another one I think it's a wonderful movie.
What was the girl's name in that one?
Pirates or Mummy?
Yeah. In the Pirates.
She is something Swans. No, that's the characters. Swanson.
Something Hartley, or was her last name Hartley? She was in Never Let Me Go.
Is
that was
it
a sci-fi movie.
Deep Rising?
It was about body parts.
Oh, Deep Rising. What movie is this one?
I don't know what that is.
Deep Rising. Oh, it's a body horror. I never seen this movie. Just Google Deep Rising. You're gonna see some crazy practical effects, like body horror practical effect.
Yeah, maybe if I see the poster, I'll remember what it is.
Yeah, it came out a few years before Mummy.
So the one with Treat Williams?
I don't know. Just Google it.
Oh, I remember this poster in the theaters. Is it a haunted ship that they're on? Supernatural?
I really don't know. Man, the
Let's see, they're hijackers. They're hijacking a luxury ocean liner, only to do battle with a series of large-sized, tentacle, man-eating sea creatures who had already invaded the ship. Oh.
Okay, I think it's biological, it's not supernatural. Though it looks very much supernatural. Kraken monster, okay. There is a guy melting. There's horrific. Gosh dang. But yeah, more movies that I really enjoyed that I sometimes still want to watch. Blade. I also liked Blade.
That one I don't remember too much. I remember Swords.
I rewatched it, the first one. Yeah, the CGI is I mean, you cannot, but the movie itself, solid. Oh, what's that one in English? It's with vampires. Oh, wait. Because here in Brazil, it got a totally different name. Underworld. Underworld. That was big, man. Everybody I think it was
oh yeah, it was huge. It was huge.
Becoming a teen. It was it was the goth thing, the punk thing. But yeah, the movie, the series. They're talking about the movie, The Crow.
Yeah, it had that aesthetic, The Crow.
Yeah, yeah, it's the punkish, this gothic, dark thing.
Yeah, Hellraiser.
Yeah, Werewolf Apocalypse. Or, I believe you're talking about the RPG, if I'm not wrong, but it's the same vibe. It's vampires versus werewolves. They have this war, but
I remember there's a video game and everything for Underworld.
Was there?
Probably a comic book too.
Oh yeah, they probably
It probably came from something.
branched. They branched. That girl was something else as well. The vampire girl from the movie. What do you think of The Fifth Element, Sean?
It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I will die on that hill.
It's a good movie.
I remember telling my mom at the time.
I enjoyed it.
I told my mom at the time, I'm gonna see. She says, "What movie are you going to see?" I'm gonna see Fifth Element. There was a running joke with those two movies. I would see Fifth Element for the 9th time. I would see, or was it The Sixth Sense for the 9th time, and The Fifth Element for the 11th time. You know, that kind of thing. I had a different girlfriend every time I went to the theater.
You just wanted to see Bruce Willis movies.
Well, it was a movie that I didn't understand at first, and then the second time I understand a little bit more of the lore, and then the third time.
You're talking about oh yeah,
Fifth Element.
Is it based on a book or something?
The Fifth Element?
Yeah, because like
no, it was based on a fever dream. The director had a fever dream, and he wrote it down, and then he made a movie.
Okay, because the movie feels packed with lore information, though it doesn't like vomits to you. So like you watch it like that. That's why I think it's so nice to watch, because you want to understand the world.
You have to pause, rewind, watch again.
Based on a comic series, Valerian, and something else, like whatever.
Yeah, Valerian came from a comic.
Okay.
Now, Fifth Element, the designers were all comic book creators from France. You know, Mobius. So it had different. That style.
Yeah. Yeah. I
like that it was a French movie made about New York City.
Yeah. Like 3000 in the year 3000 some.
Yeah, what was it? Starts out in 1914 or 1915, and then it goes forward 3,000 years or 2,000 years.
Yeah, it's near 3,000 something. They jump.
So it goes forward like 2,000 something years.
Yeah, it's really like future.
And then you don't know who anyone is. I don't even think you see the Fifth Element on board the Mangalore ship.
No, they just reconstructed it from the hand.
What was the guys who lived, the guys made of lava that lived in kilns? What were their names?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Their ship. These big old robotic looking suits they wore.
Extends the finger, they open something.
Yeah. Those guys had a ship, and she was on board wearing a suit.
Like theirs. They're very similar, though.
She had like an Iron Man suit. I don't know if they even show it.
I was confused watching the movie because they get the hand. I'm like, okay, they're gonna reconstruct the alien guy, and it's the girl. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's cool. See, I already knew that though because I think I watched too much of the trailer, because the trailer shows she's a girl.
Yeah.
So I knew she was a good girl.
Mila Jovovich was so beautiful.
But yeah, they had her gauntlet with her hand still in the gauntlet. That's all they had left of her.
But that's like my thing.
And the gauntlet is still holding on to the handle on the briefcase. So because when you see the briefcase, it only has one handle on the thing. Because when she blew apart into pieces, I guess
she's like she's so beautiful, and then like she falls in love with like the most like regular, average looking guy. She's Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
I guess she's innocent.
You still have it. I don't think she fell in love with the guy.
What? They have sex at the end of the movie.
She was still learning how the humans work.
So he groomed her. That's what happened.
Okay, can the fifth element be young and dumb? Isn't she like hundreds of years old?
Nah, she has like a super brain, I think, but she's like
Yeah.
naive. She's innocent.
So she's like a little kid with a computer AI brain, super smart.
Yeah.
Me, fifth element. Me, save you.
Yeah.
Oh, you can speak now. Yep,
Bada boom.
I learn. Big bada boom. If you're ever in an emergency, call help. Help! Please, help!
Yeah. She's like shaking with cold. Yeah, she's like still wet.
Yeah, and then she auto wash. Oh, the auto wash, I forgot. Auto wash. And then
Yeah.
he carries her up to Cornelius. She's all Cornelius, and he
Yeah.
takes her there. And
You know
he
what?
knocks on the door, and he's like, "Oh, weddings are upstairs," or something like that. No. I'm here.
Like,
I'm here to.
what's like the guy's
She's
like a
got
veteran, and like he lives in like this closet-sized apartment. Like, what dystopian future is that?
this dystopian. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very expensive to live on Earth.
And he lives like at the top, so like he's like living a good that is like a good life.
Well, he's not at the top. He's like halfway up.
But he's above the clouds.
Yeah, he's probably on like the 200th floor.
He's a cab driver now.
If you look at that shot when the ship takes off and goes to Fhloston Paradise, you get to see the Statue of Liberty for like 1 second, and you notice that the ocean level has drained like 300 feet.
Oh yeah.
It's the weirdest thing. So New York City looks like a wasteland, like a desert. There's no rivers or anything. You don't even see the ocean. It's just bizarre. It's like you could
And then
probably
there's
get in a car
Zorg.
and you can probably get in a car and start driving across the Atlantic.
That's I didn't pay attention to that. You know, one thing that like I was like, okay, so the guy is called like Jean Emmanuel Baptiste Zorg. I'm like, okay, it's a cool name. But then I kept thinking like that made me think about like names. So the name is Zorg. So is that a new name? Like, how does a new surname manifest itself in the real world? When did the Zorg bloodline started? You know, because that's his last name. That's something that makes me think about like.
No, it's in the future. You can make your own
But yeah,
name.
like again, but that's the thing, like because you cannot create your own like last name.
Well, he has a long name too. Isn't like
But like
Sebastian part of his name?
Jean
Or
Emmanuel
S.
Baptiste.
Oh, Baptiste. Yeah.
Baptiste,
He has a long
yeah.
name. Zorg.
Zorg, which is like totally sci-fi, like pulpy sci-fi.
Do you think he's using his both parents' last names?
I think that's the case. You know, because okay, so Jean Emmanuel Baptiste, they sound like one compound name, one big compound name. That's very common in Brazil. You have like it's your first name is actually two names. It's a compound name.
Compound name of what? Two first names?
Yeah, it's two first names. That's very common over here, and that's what it felt like to me.
It's like Jean-Luc.
Yeah, like that. That's one name. Jean-Luc is one name. You know.
Jean-Francois.
Yeah. Oh, the aliens. Yeah, the aliens were like the makeup. The thing was like very well done, especially like the troglodyte guys. I forgot their names. The orc looking ones.
Those are the Mangalores.
Yeah.
They can shapeshift, which I thought was cool.
It is. It was a cool moment.
What other aliens were there in that movie?
There's the singing lady.
Yeah.
She's like blue. And you know the good guys in the kiln thing. I think
In the
that's
what?
it. The guys, the guys that look like machine.
Oh, the killing guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never get
And
to
I
see
guess you
them.
could count like the evil Satan entity at the end as an alien.
Yeah. I guess they were human at the McDonald's. And
Yeah, they're
the
humans.
stewardesses were all humans.
There's some
Oh,
bots.
there was space herpes or something.
Oh yeah, the little like parasite
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
They copied that from Ice Pirates, I think.
Was it?
Usually you're scrubbing the ship for any weird parasites that might be on the ship.
Yeah.
They get on the ship from the wormhole. I guess they exist in the wormholes in another dimension.
Oh, okay.
And they like to nibble on electronic wiring and circuitries and stuff.
They're gremlins. Sci-fi gremlins.
Yeah. Maybe Langalores? Langoliers?
I can't remember the name.
What was that movie when people were they're out of phase with time, so they're sort of like an hour or two in the past, and the Langoliers are eating up all the setting because it's not needed anymore because that was the past.
What? I don't know that movie, but sounds
And
very interesting.
They're trying, and they have to constantly keep ahead of these things, otherwise they'll be eaten up.
I don't know, but I want to watch that.
And they want to get on an airplane. They think if they get back on the airplane and go through whatever they did to go back in time, it'll put them back in the future or regular
So
time.
like these things they eat, like they are like the cleaners of space-time continuum.
Yeah, it's like right now, where you're at a few hours before now
Doesn't exist. So it's like to save RAM on the computer on the simulation.
There something creates your location where you live a few hours from now, and then a few hours it's built in the future, and then it's erased in the past. And you don't notice this. You don't notice, and then it just keeps doing that. Every hour, the future gets built. Let's say you get up and decide to go. You decide to go to a restaurant somewhere. It builds that restaurant so that when you get there, it's ready. It's there.
You need to find out the name of that movie and tell me.
I'll find out right now.
ChatGPT. What is the movie where this happened?
Right now.
Because the concept sounds so interesting.
It's a made for TV movie. It's a Stephen King book.
Oh, that's why the concept is. Yeah, he always comes up with like some neat ideas.
I don't know how to spell Langoliers.
You know what, Shoner? It's 4 a.m.
Hang on. Don't go anywhere.
And they really need to pee, man.
Me too.
I cannot leave you alone on the street.
Think about something else.
No, think about the desert. The dry sands.
Okay, so the TV show. Let's see, the TV show came out.
The Mist. Yeah, that's, again, very unsettling concept. Love it. The man comes up with like concepts, I'll tell you.
He wrote too much stuff. It's going to take a while to get down to the 2000s. It was in the 90s. It was made in the 90s.
Are you looking like movies made in this house?
Movies that he wrote, TV shows he wrote. Okay, we're getting closer, getting closer.
Missed, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just called the
more
Lango.
movies.
It's called the Langoliers.
Lango?
Lango,
Found it.
LANGOLIERS. The Langoliers,
Oh.
1995.
Man, I have to watch this. What is this? God, I'll definitely watch this tomorrow.
It's
Or
got a
today,
trailer.
rather say. Yeah, I'll be watching this after, man. What is this? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's I get my ideas for one shots from that movie. Because they're one shots. Like Twilight Zones. It's just like a Twilight Zone episode.
Uh-huh.
If you like Twilight Zones. Anyway, I gotta go eat.
Yeah.
I will
But
see you
yeah,
later. I will see you on Discord in like an hour.
yeah.
See you later.
See you, man.